Good morning. Oh, not morning. Sorry. It's not morning, baby. Give me a second. Hey, Share Nation. Welcome. Good afternoon, Brooklyn Squad. It's your good Jay, and I'm back at it again with another video, okay? Grrr. So you don't know, and you knew, and you just wondering what's going on, and you just got here? Try not to judge. Keep an open mind. Get your seatbelt, get your drink, your cigarettes, your smoke, whatever you got to get, and come and join the family because you're going to feel welcome and a part of, okay? You're going to feel welcome and a part of. And if you not new, and you've been riding with your girl for a hot minute, like Tracy, Tired of the Bullshit, Cheryl Nation, Miss V, Stay Dangerous, and the rest of them, and the doc, and all the rest of the crew, and Express, and Michelle, and everybody, then you already know what it is on this platform. I'm the voice for the people. The people who are either deceased, not found, still missing, and suicide. I'm the voice for the people. We are the voice for the people. We don't judge. We don't pick sides. We don't fight with each other. This ain't the channel for the drama. We stick together on Brooklyn Squad. And today, we're talking about Jelani Day, okay? So please, subscribe to my channel. Why not? You got one to, baby. Also, hit that notification bell so you know when your girl's going to drop another video. Sometimes the times might change, so just be aware of that. And also, I have my PayPal and my Cash App is right there. It's in those big letters where the yellow thing is right on the screen. Because I am trying to build my brand. I want to do big things that concerns with the people that we are talking about. So give what you can, but don't give your last. Okay, I don't want y'all baby kids coming to me talking about my mama gave me my last money for my lunch. Okay, so let's not do that. So let's see who we got it up in the building today, baby. Also,
I am a podcast. I have my podcast on Anchor, so please go follow me on there. You might hear and see what you see on here, but once you hear it in your ear, what I'm talking about, when I'm talking about the victims, the police brutality, how the police are corrupt, baby, go follow my podcast. You're missing out. Also, I just did Clubhouse. People say Clubhouse is for the drama. Nah, it ain't gonna be for the drama on Brooklyn Squad. So please, the link is in the description to my Anchors podcast and the Clubhouse. Because if we talking about putting the names out there like Jelani Day, Daniel Robinson, and the rest of the names out there, that we have to hit all platforms, not just YouTube. I went to Clubhouse the other day and talked about Jelani Day. Homeboy only heard his name but didn't know the details. So he said, come back, put it so everybody could know, and everybody in the Clubhouse would start listening to what I gotta say. So that's very important. All platforms need to be known what's going on. Shout out to Shell Nation. I love you, Shell Nation. Hey Tracy, good morning, my love. Tired of the bullshit. Okay, she is here today. Kathy B is here. Good morning, beautiful queens. Good morning, Anita. How are you doing today, honey? Purple and gold is here. I love it. Purple and gold. Okay, she is here. She sends hearts and loves. D is in the building. She's always love and support. Good morning. Did I get everybody? And I did. Let's get to it. Yesterday, you saw something. No, you didn't see it. You heard some things, right? And what you heard was me giving information that I had got from Tired of the Bullshit. Now, this been held back for months or a year. This woman has held and hold on to this, right? The information that you heard me say yesterday was before the autopsy came out. Okay. Now, hearing things and seeing things is a little different. It is kind of different, actually. All right. Because when you see it, it's more believing. So today, I'm about to show you something that your eyes is not playing tricks on you, honey. So if you have a dog, a cat, or any animal next to you, please remove them. I don't want them to be kicked because you might be angry and want to hit some shit, okay? Get you a punching bag or a pillow or something next to you. And the reason I say this because we all know how Jelani's body was brutalized, how he went through torture. You cannot tell me that that young man did not get tortured. There's no way in hell. His fucking organs were missing. Come on now. Let's not forget about that. You know what I'm saying? Let's not forget about that. Yesterday, you heard me say, the killer likes to troll, right? So he's been watching. Yes, we about to bust the case wide open. He's been watching. You know why? He's been on chess game. Cheston, Jay Chesson recorded chess game. He's been on her platform. Hold on. Huh. It looked like Stay Dangerous must have tried to call me yesterday in video chat after I got off my live. I didn't see it though till just now. So yeah. So yesterday, I told y'all what he said, but today I want to show y'all. I want to show y'all. Because this is a monster. This fool been watching. Well, we already know the killer's been watching his narcissistic behind. We know that he's been watching. Shell Nation, thank you. I see. I see what you messaged me. Love you, sis. Thank you, baby. I needed that right now. Okay. Here we go. First off, I want to say shout out to Tired of the Bullshit. She sent me this. She didn't have to send me this, and she did. And I'm grateful that she's been holding on for this for so long because it just proved how sick this person is. See, he couldn't stay quiet for too long. He got real mad at you. He got real mad at you. And he decided to want to say something, right? He got mad at her because she said, I'm a Danville native. And I know the Day family personally. They picked the wrong young man to harm. Carmen and her family are resentless, educated, yes, they are, and loved. Whoever did this would be haunted. He didn't like it. He got mad because he decided to put this. That's him with that little dumb cartoon thing, monkey. That's he as a monkey. Bonsai Buddy. Now, I didn't show you the print yesterday, right? Please read what he said. Why would I care what you say? Question mark. I marched that piece of human trash to that river and made him jump in and push my boot down on his head as he gulped in water. Good morning, Patricia. Good morning, Patricia. Why would I care what you say? Who the hell was talking to him anyway? Why did he put his 2 cents in? Because he got mad. Because he's like saying, who the hell are you to tell me who gonna hunt me down? I hunted him down. I marched that piece of human trash. You marched him, so you have authority then. You have authority. Okay. Boots in August? Who the hell? Come on now. We got to use our heads. We got to think. I am the one who forced him into the river and held his head underwater. It was fun. He was smoking weed in the parking lot. And I told him that I was going to string him up and started chasing him. He started freaking out and ran down to the riverbank. I punched him in the face and held his head underwater with my boot and his head as I drank a beer and laughed. When he stopped moving, he floated downstream with an empty 40-ounce beer I placed on his back. I imagined it fell off eventually. I am the one who forced him into the river. I am. That's very important words too, guys. Because he's saying, and I'm going to show y'all more, by him saying, I am the one, that's telling me there was more of his peoples there. But he's the one that forced him into that river. He's the one. And the story does make sense, Charles. If you pay attention, the story makes a lot of sense. Because how would he know that Jelani was face down in that river? This is before the autopsy came out. Keywords, parking lot. The reason y'all saying, what you mean keywords parking lot? Remember that video that ran away? Hey, Miss V, I see you, babe. Mwah. Hey, sis. Remember that video that went around where Jelani got stopped by that cop in that parking lot? Remember? I seen the video. Stay Dangerous was going to pay people. Hey, TT Sherry. Hey, sis. Good morning, beautiful. Remember, Stay Dangerous was going to pay $100 for whoever could find that video? And I said, well, I seen the video because a white dude put it on the internet talking about if y'all think this Jelani was so innocent, well, take a look at this. I seen the video. And I'm going to tell you what I saw because what I didn't tell y'all is, first of all, Jelani was sitting in his car minding his business. I told y'all that part. Okay. The cop says to him, and he was a young officer, not that tall, probably 5'8", maybe. I'm not really good with heights. Black hair though, short black hair, handsome young, a white dude, young guy, no more than 30. Okay, probably like 28, 29. He was by himself strolling. Asked Jelani, "What are you doing here? Get out the car." He gets out the car. Jelani said, "I'm just chilling." I think he was writing. He had like a notebook or something. He said, I sit here, I get my thoughts together. It was like grass over there, very quiet, serene area where you could just sit, smoke your little weed, and just chill and get your thoughts together. You know what I'm saying? I didn't see nobody riding bikes through there or anything, But the cop messed with him. "What are you doing here?" He said, "Because this is not a place where usually people just chill, sit and relax, Jelani got very mad and started stomping up and down. Why you messing with me? Why you keep messing with me?" So that showed me that this wasn't the first time that a cop was messing with him. But what got me was he didn't make a report and he gave Jelani back his weed. Now, when Jelani started jumping up and almost in his face, that's when the cop pulled the gun out. Slowly, though, and Jelani went like this and he sat on the floor. Then his partner came. The guy's partner came. He told the partner what happened with Jelani, blah, blah, blah. They let Jelani go. What cop gives somebody a bag of weed back, didn't make a report, and didn't give no ticket? To me, that was him planning right there. Nigga, I'm going to get you. Now, he says he was smoking weed in the parking lot. I just told y'all what happened when that cop stopped Jelani. And I said this before. Did this have anything to do with that cop and Jelani getting into it? Proof. I am the one who forced him into the river and held his head under the water. It was fun. Damn, sorry, y'all. Hold on. Let me just make it a little bigger so y'all can see it. Okay, here we go. He was smoking weed in a parking lot, and I told him that I was going to string him up, and I started chasing him. He started freaking out and ran down to the riverbank. I punched him in the face. He punched him in the face. He knocked his teeth out. Remember, 2 teeth were missing? This is before the autopsy came out, y'all. How would this person even know that? He didn't want to leave a paper trail because he would have been the last cop seen talking to Jelani that day. When he stopped moving, no, hold on. I put his head underwater and my boot on his head as I drank a beer and laughed. How would he know that Jelani was face down in that water? This is before the autopsy came out. Yes, Lakeisha, this is before the autopsies came out. Yup. Hey, Lakeisha, beautiful. Did you see the cop stop video? The video continued to play. Someone on YouTube put that video out. Some white guy. And then when I went to go see it again, I couldn't find it. That's before I already started getting into the case, though, Lakeisha. That's before I just started hearing a Jelani Day's name. And I was in a discussion group and they were talking about it. And I wasn't on YouTube looking for him. I was on YouTube doing something else. Yeah, babe. I wasn't on YouTube looking for this. I was doing something else, mama. So I was like, oh my God, who put this out? Like, they trying to make it seem like Jelani's a bad guy or something, talking about, well, if you think he's so innocent, watch this. I think the person was in the discussion room because they were bigging up Jelani. You know, they're going to defend him. He wasn't a bad person. And I think the person was like, well, I'm going to show you something then. What is the date of that post? You're going to find out. I'm going to bring her up here. We need 20 more likes. What's going on, y'all? I know y'all interested in this, but come on. Y'all got to put them thumbs up, babes. Come on, mamas. Come on, my kings and queens. All right, let's get it. When he stopped moving, he floated downstream with the empty 40-ounce beer I placed on his back. I imagine it fell off eventually. And Tired of the Bullshit says, yes, I'm quite aware you put this out on you put yourself at the scene of his murder. I'll forward all of these comments to the proper authority. Keep incriminating yourself. Exactly. You want me to read it again, Lakeisha? Of course, babe, I got you. Let's go back a little bit. Okay, let's see here. So, Lakeisha, what made him upset, right? And let me tell you something. He's been on Brooklyn Squad before. When I first started talking about Jelani, he's been on my platform. You know why? Because I remember searching what's his name? Bonzi Buddy comments of Jelani. I remember searching it because it was still in my search box the other day when she sent me this. And that when she sent me this, I said, that name sounds familiar. And then I found out he was on freaking Brooklyn Squad watching. Because I was new at it. I was just started to talk about Jelani. You know what I mean? So he got mad at her, Lakeisha. He got mad at Tired of the Bullshit. Because, okay, Charles. Let's get Charles up in the building.
What up?
Hey, Charles.
What's up? How's it
Hey,
going?
how you feeling
Can
today?
you hear me?
Yeah,
I'm
we can
doing
hear you good.
okay. Good. This is my travel set here. I'm in a hotel in the Quad Cities right now. So
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna probably head over to Peru in the next day or two and go do what I do. So, but I just
Can you
wanted to come on
can you
because I.
can you
What's
just
that?
tell us a little bit about what you do?
Well, I'm just a dude. I'm from Nebraska, and I mean, as far as it relates to the Jelani Day case, I'm really interested in finding out the truth of what happened, and I have a background in journalism, a background in podcasting, so I was kind of gathering everything to do a serial type show. That was one of my influences in media and podcasting, but
Yeah.
I just figured, this case connects to me in a lot of ways. I'm a person of color in the Midwest. I mean, I've been on your show before, Brooklyn Squad, so some of this is repeat, but for the new people, I'm a person of color in the Midwest. Like Jelani, I'm a person who was attending graduate school. Um, I feel like I have a pretty good connection to a lot of the themes in this case. And sometimes I worry that some of the discourse, and discourse is good, but some of the stuff is getting kind of wild. And that bonsai buddy thing, I definitely don't believe that person, to say the least. But I'm interested in the fact that you and Stay Dangerous and Make This Go Viral are at least having a discussion. So, I listen and I pull away things to think about, and it kind of helps shape what I do. So, you know, it's it's a family where we can all exchange ideas and things. So I definitely want to kind of dissect what this person is saying and how it fits or doesn't fit into the facts of the case. So,
So, what do you think? Why don't you believe that? Why don't you believe him?
there's a bunch of reasons. And the first reason is, just thinking about who Jelani is. Um, none of us knew Jelani, but we have records from his family, from his friends, from his teachers, and Jelani is a pretty intelligent individual. Now, this person's account is that they came up to Jelani and he was smoking weed in a parking lot in his car. The weed part could make sense. The parking lot part can't make sense because, one, I don't believe that Jelani, a person who had graduate school class in 3 hours plus obligations to do before that class, would end up driving an hour away to do anything, knowing that he has to still drive an hour back. That's only 60 minutes tops in that other area, and that leaves no time for him to get any of his obligations done. So there's no way that Jelani drove up there, in my opinion, and none of the evidence shows it. It's up for discussion, of course, but let's go into the actual encounter that Bonsai Buddy said that he had. He said he walked up to Jelani. Already here, I'm thinking, I've been a weed smoker in other states, in other cities, other places. You're looking around when you're sitting in your car. If someone is approaching your vehicle, you're rolling your window up. You're not leaving it full open because you're not going to let somebody just come up and cold clock you. But this guy says, I'm going to steer you up. Okay. In that moment, I'm pretty sure that Jelani would be in fight or flight mode. He would be looking at this dude, and the only way he gets out of the vehicle is if he's assessed that this dude is small or small enough to take on in a fight, or doesn't have a weapon of any kind or people around him. If he thinks that any one of those conditions aren't met, then the obvious thing to do is just like throw your car in reverse and leave. That's the obvious thing. But you wouldn't get out of your car to go run. And supposing that all of this did happen the way that this guy said, it would have to happen in broad daylight. Now, if Jelani is running from a dude in broad daylight, somebody in that city is going to see. And I'll tell you, I've been driving through Peru. The only place that this could have happened, based on where the clothing was found, would have been the 351 bridge. That's the only place. Every single time I've driven out there, and I'll drive out there within the next few days, and I'll let you know how it goes. Okay. But every single time I've driven out there, I've seen people walking on Highway 351. That's not totally characteristic in Nebraska, but there's traffic, whether I'm driving in the early day, later in the day, there's always traffic there, and sometimes there's even pedestrians. So someone would have seen a dude chase or quote unquote march a tall black man on a U.S. highway. That would have been seen. But let's go to where we're talking about how Jelani enters the water, according to Bonsai Buddy's testimony. In 1 second, I'm grabbing a sip of my energy drink.
Mm-hmm. What about if Jelani was out there with a couple of friends from school? He wasn't sitting in his car.
So, if Jelani was out there, first of all, he would have had to have been in his car because his car was out there. And the guy said he approached Jelani in the vehicle, in his car, smoking weed. He said his car. So if Jelani is in his car smoking weed, and put the statement back up if I'm wrong, because the words certainly matter.
His car.
He said in the car?
No, that's not what. No.
Or in a car?
No, he said he was smoking weed in a parking lot, and I told him I was going to shoot him and start chasing him. He never said anything about Jelani's car.
Okay, so there's nowhere that Jelani is not with his vehicle in Peru. Again, he's not in Peru, but there's no. How would he be out there without his vehicle? I mean, that alone, again, that goes against his character here because he knows he has obligations. And if he's in somebody else's car, then there's a chance that he's beholden to whatever the circumstance that these other people are having, and that he might not get to his graduate class within the first week of his second semester. That is not typical. That is very not typical behavior for a graduate student in a professional field course of study. For whatever reason, the only way that could even possibly work is if it's Jelani's car. But let's say that it's not. Let's just go ahead and say that Jelani is out there against all logic and against Jelani's own better judgment and against what all of his family believe that they've seen a lifetime of behavior in Jelani. Let's say he's out there in a parking lot smoking weed and this guy's approaching him. Jelani would still have to go across the 351 bridge based on where his clothes were found. His clothes were found just east of the 351 bridge. If the guy says he marches him and Jelani jumps, is that what it says on the statement there? That's what I believe that it said. If it didn't say that, then the next part doesn't really matter.
Okay. He says, yeah. I marched that piece of human trash to that river and made him jump in and push my boot down on his head as he go in the water.
Okay, so to make someone jump in the bridge, you would have to be up on that bridge. So then, if Jelani jumps in the water, then that assumes that he's close enough that he just sticks around. Maybe he's incapacitated, he broke his leg or whatever. Actually, he couldn't have broken his leg because the autopsy said he had no broken bones. Right. So Jelani miraculously doesn't break any bones and it's just stagnant in the river. For this person to then go and climb down, like hike down a hill, like down to where he can go put his boot on Jelani. Now, the back of Jelani's neck was unaffected by the river, by wildlife, and this is based on what is in the autopsy. There would be a boot print if Jelani was struggling to get out from under a boot. That physical evidence just isn't borne out. All I'm saying is that no. What's that?
Go ahead. I'll tell you because I'm just reading something. Go ahead.
And I'll just go ahead and say, I'm not saying that this is negative to Tide Over the Bullshit. Tide Over the Bullshit's comment was completely correct. They picked the wrong person for sure. And somebody is fucking with them.
Bonzi walked up on Jelani in Bloomington. Come up here, Tyler.
Okay. If Jelani...
Hold on, sweetie. Hold on. I'm sorry. I just want to make, get you guys...
It's all good.
I'm glad you up here, Charles.
Absolutely. Good to be back. I'm actually kind of brokenhearted that you didn't remember me. You probably didn't remember that you called me FBI before, too. You said I was part of the FBI when I used the initials for Facebook, and you were like FB, and you said FBI. Oh. I'm like, no, I'm not a Fed. I'm just a dude. See, y'all be hating on me, and it's okay because I'm going to find the truth on all of this, and y'all are going to be, yeah.
Let me explain something. I wasn't being a smarty when I said FBI. I didn't put FB like Facebook. I'm still kind of slow when it comes to the internet shit, okay? So...
It's okay. Okay. I'm giving you that grace. It's all good. Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on 1 second. Let me close my bedroom door because I think it's closed. Tide Over the Bullshit. Hit the link and come up here. I put the link again. Hit the link and come up here. She said, no, he did not make him jump off that bridge. That's why I want her to explain it because she could explain it better. He marched him down. He marched.
It's totally cool. And none of this is me disparaging. Yeah. This is me completely speculating on this person.
Bits and pieces out there.
And
I do think he knows something, though. I think he knows something. I think he's just putting piece and pieces. But hold on. We all got our different opinions.
Yeah. For sure.
That's one thing about.
I'll tell you.
We all have opinions. Tyler Over the
overarching thing that I believe is that the person who is responsible for this has only told possibly 2 to 3 people. I would say maybe 1 to 2 people. And one person told another person.
1 second.
Yep.
Charles, device not connected. Connect your microphone. Yeah, I don't know, Mama. I got in an accident on the side of the arm. It's bothering me, man. Put the microphone. Connect the microphone, Ma. Let's see if I can try to help. She got it. Make sure your face don't show when you pop up. Let me see. There she go.
Hello, everyone.
Hey.
It's still technically morning, so I'm going to say good morning.
Well, good morning to you, sir. I appreciate you being here. Let me first say right off the bat, Bonzi, in my opinion, approached Jelani in Bloomington, not in Peru. I want to make that perfectly clear.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Yes. So it coincides with the video that Miss Jasmine said that she saw of the police officer interacting with Jelani, and Jelani is saying, why y'all keep messing with me? And
I want to ask her about... Okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So I haven't seen that video, so if someone could post links to things in the chat, I would appreciate it because I definitely haven't seen...
Yeah.
I haven't seen any video of Jelani being disrespectful to literally anybody or wiling out. I haven't seen that. I've heard people say that he's a fighter, that he can fight, but I don't know the circumstances that make him fight. And I don't know. I kind of I want to see that. So if anyone can help, I would appreciate that. But go ahead. Sorry, Ty.
Let me first wait. Hold on, everyone. Hold on. Let's be fair. Let's all get a chance to talk. First things first. Stay dangerous. Also seen the video. I wasn't the only one. People in the Facebook chat, they seen the video. We tried. Now I seen it because I wasn't into the case like that. I was new, just listening and stuff. I wound up messing on YouTube trying to find a comedy thing or whatever. Some white guy got on there and said, if you think he's so innocent, take a look at this. That's how I seen the video. Now the video has been gone for a while. You can't even find the freaking video. But a few of us have seen that video. And
okay, and I want to ask D. Evans, the femur part, D. Evans. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. I just saw something come up in the comments that I wanted to address real quick.
Okay, we're going to get to everything.
Sure.
Jelani didn't seem like the type that's just going to flip on him. No. This scene, the way Jelani was really mad is because it seemed like he has been messed with by the police before, and he was sick and tired. That's what it seemed like to me.
I will say that when I was in my 20s as a black man, in a place where I was perceived as a black man, I'm biracial, but I grew up in a place where if you have a black parent, you're considered black. So I got pulled over a lot in a town that's like racially similar to Peru. I get it. So I do get that part. And I could see somebody losing their cool. But I feel like if this was within the time period that Jelani was like a graduate student, I don't know. I want to know how recent that was. And there's some details about it that I'm curious about. And it would just help me have a better understanding of the case. D. Evans said, so Charles the reporter, and I will say, I'm not an actual reporter. I do have a degree in journalism, and I've done some podcasting, but, I do plan to do some interviews. But anyways, the redacted email stated that Jelani needed to come in and check his femur. News reporter read on NBC5, Rob Stafford. If you could provide the link, I would absolutely love to read that. Like I'm gathering information, so I definitely want to read these things because some parts of it, the femur part, I believe the femur was removed post-mortem, and that was the way that they extracted the DNA to do the DNA test. Everything other than what this person said on NBC5 has put it in those words. So I just want to get a complete review of that. But anyway, continue. Sorry.
Okay, I'd like to say that I have a background in law enforcement, and the way the way that Bonzi is wording it just sounds like a cop. I marched him. That means you have someone under siege. That means you have someone under your authority. Now, I also must say this Bonzi, he's giving bits and pieces. He's not giving the whole detail. He's not giving everything. He's giving bits and pieces to me that says you are involved. Now, I have to say, I have been a correctional officer, and part of my uniform was boots. Who wears boots in August? Only military, police service, or security guards.
No, I'm going to say here, plenty of people wear boots outside of that. In that area, there are 2 state parks. There's like Matheson and Starved Rock. Even in the LaSalle, the Illinois and Michigan Canal Trail, I mean, they're outdoorsmen wear boots all year round, even in 100-degree weather sort of thing.
Right.
And if people are hunters, go ahead.
Okay, I was also going to say, unless this person came for combat. Now, Miss Day has said on a couple occasions, Jelani would fight. So if Jelani is 6'1" and someone is sizing him up, I would think that they are coming for warfare. They are coming for battle. They done sized this young man up.
Sure, that's fair.
You are wearing those boots for a reason.
Right. But he also said that Jelani freaked out or flipped out and ran, didn't he? So even before he marched him, he had to chase him and apprehend him to march him. He could have put Jelani under duress with a weapon. I understand that part. But all of this is happening in broad daylight. That part I don't understand. And the only way to not put the kind of restraints on a person the size of Jelani that would actually show up in the autopsy would be to be using a weapon in broad daylight on this dude on the Illinois 351 bridge.
No one said that this was in broad daylight. Where does it say that this is in broad daylight?
Jelani, this all happened in Bloomington?
I think Jelani was accosted in Bloomington when this Bonzi said he found him in the parking lot smoking weed. That's where I think the police contact comes in. Because if Jelani is done rolled his window down, Jelani is not going to roll his window down for just some perfect stranger. But if the police walk up on you and say, roll your window down, what are you doing? You're going to comply because you're a law-abiding citizen.
Sure. Now, I agree with those points. Someone, though, was also in the vehicle. So someone saw that. According to Carmen, someone was in that vehicle in Bloomington. The police, so what did they do with that person? If they chased Jelani down at this point.
No, hold on. I think Bonzi is giving detail to two separate situations. I believe that wholeheartedly because I believe that this is allegedly, this is just my opinion. I believe that there is police involvement. This Bonzi fella has had interaction with Jelani before, and he's giving bits and pieces, and he knows how to separate and divide and make all of these different statements so that they look like they don't fit. This person is involved without a shadow of a doubt.
You know, I don't know. It's hard for me to see it going down the way this person said with the facts of the autopsy, with the character of Jelani, even knowing that Jelani was a fighter. Jelani wasn't the type of dude that's going to go flip to fight mode with law enforcement. I think he's going to comply, but I don't believe law enforcement is going to go up to him saying, I'm going to string your ass up. I personally don't believe that.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Are you, young man, you have...
I appreciate that.
Okay. Listen, I'm going to tell you right off the bat, I'm 52 years old. And
I'm 42.
Okay, so I'm...
Awesome. You've had law enforcement experience. Keep going.
Police officers who didn't know who I was have said out of the way stuff to me. So if they're
me too.
Said to me, they will say it to anyone, especially if they think that they can get away with it.
I'm not denying that. But how does that fit in with the fact of Jelani leaving the campus? Jelani was meeting somebody. I don't believe that Jelani was chilling by himself and law enforcement went this far left and then collaborated with another jurisdiction.
I believe in my heart of hearts that there is a whole collaboration of official misconduct going on down there in Peru, Oglesby, Bloomington, Normal, that whole area. I'm from that area. I know that area. I played basketball down in that area. I know what this area is about. These people are devout racists. When that officer, when Bonzi rolled up on Jelani, I believe he was in his police car. I believe that. And I think that the video that Miss Jasmine has said she's seen, it corroborates that. Furthermore, let's get back to the autopsy. The first autopsy said Jelani died by drowning. If Bonzi put his foot on Jelani's neck and made him gulp water, that means you have drowned by gulping in water.
Okay, hold on one second here. I do have questions because it does feel like this Bonzi person is sometimes in Peru, sometimes in Bloomington. I understand what the racial history of Peru is. I'm sure the racial history of Bloomington involves racism, but not on the scale that is like Wikipedia known for Peru. But the more important part here is the autopsy. So the coroner said that the cause of death was drowning. But the coroner also said that drowning was a diagnosis of exclusion, meaning they found a body in the water and they had no way of knowing how it got in the water, but since it was in the water, they're going to go with drowning. If the body was riddled with bullets and on top of a pile of bullets, they're going to go with bullets. The thing here is they would know the manner of death if it went down the way that Bonzi said, where he initiated the drowning by putting his boot on Jelani's neck. They would know the manner of death, but they don't know the manner of death. And they've said that they don't know the manner of death. And nobody really believes that because the autopsy doesn't say that there was any kind of abrasions or anything to the back of his neck. That's all I'm going on here.
Well, just because you put a boot on the back of someone's neck, that don't mean you're going to have an abrasion. You can hold someone's face down without bruising it.
You think Jelani's not going to roll out from under it if there wasn't enough pressure to actually drown him? I would get away.
If he was inebriated, if he got to that bank already banged and bruised up and possibly drugged, remember they found marijuana in his system. If he was inebriated or somehow slipped something, is it possible that they battered and bruised him to the point to where he became helpless? Then they threw him in and put that boot on his neck or head. Now, Miss Brooklyn has some other emails that he has sent me, and he has said the same thing. When a person repeats something, to me, it has validity.
Okay, well, if it had validity, I've been on the show, the one that everybody has ignored and everything, where I actually put out the private investigator's number. Call him and give him that information because obviously it's very important to you. And you believe, okay, then give him that information and we'll see what happens with it. I personally don't believe that they could only cause bruisings to the front of Jelani's body and have him face down in that river, cause nothing to the back of Jelani's body that shows up in the autopsy and have it go down that way. I personally don't believe Jelani would be making any of the decisions that this person has alleged that Jelani made. I just don't believe it. And it's okay if you do. It's okay if people do. So it's all good.
Let me, okay, everyone, let's take a breath. Let me just say something because the Evans is saying we're not here to fight. We are here for justice. We're not fighting. Everyone's very emotional. This is a very emotional case. Everyone has their own opinion. It's okay.
And we honestly need to be debating because we need to hit this from all perspectives. And this is not a lynch mob. That's the difference here. This needs to be people using critical thinking, logical deduction, and being able to draw from personal experiences. I appreciate that tired of the bullshit's experience in criminal justice and law enforcement. That's fine. Hopefully people will take away from my media skills and my own types of investigations. I mean, we want to get justice for it.
Let me finish what I'm saying. We are all here. First of all, okay, hold on now. I don't have a skill in criminal justice or whatever job you said you got. What is it again?
I actually work for a nonprofit. I do something completely aside from this.
I don't have all those skills like that. I'm a small YouTuber just trying to get a story out, put some pieces together, and get the facts out there so this family can get some justice.
That's great.
So let me finish saying you don't have to have a background, y'all, of this and that Brooklyn Squad. Okay, you don't have to
We
have
don't,
that.
but you
What
have to be.
you
You have to.
common sense though, and for
You
all
have to
of us
pursue the truth.
I am. Excuse me. Okay, I'm not being disrespectful, but let
Me
all of us
neither.
get a chance to talk. You are being kind of disrespectful now. But hold up now. I know this is very emotional, Charles. I know you probably put a lot of work in this too. I know. I can tell.
A whole lot of work.
Huh?
A whole lot of work, definitely.
I know it's very emotional. You see me on here, I be crying and stuff, like, because I just feel so bad for what happened to him, and I really want his family to get justice. So this is emotional to everybody. I just want everybody to just get a chance and just see what you have to say. We don't have to say it mean or disrespectful, and just everybody get their point out so we could try to just.
Well, I will say this. I will say this. I'm not the person that escalated my voice in this conversation. All I'm doing is asking questions, and all I'm doing is try to get to the truth.
Right.
I'm not going to let anybody escalate their voice on me, and without me definitely defending my position. And if people think that that is someone being mean on here because we're not going to be yes men and go along with the status quo, then you kind of are drifting into the lynch mobs that weren't respectable and fucking disgusting. So we can go forward and we can go with facts and everyone can bring what they want. But don't act like I'm hurting anyone's feelings here, because I definitely am going with the truth. No, there's people in here saying, come on, we're here to be nice. Come on, let's be nice. We're not here to fight. I definitely am understanding and I definitely want to know. But me asking questions is not an invitation for anyone else to escalate on me without feeling like I'm going to come back at it. And that's definitely for everyone to know.
It wasn't towards you what I said. I was reading something in the comment because D said, "Come on, no fighting," and I'm trying to explain that no one's fighting up here. We all have a voice, right? We all have a voice. We're trying to get. There's just little pieces we're just trying to get to.
Yeah,
we've never had drama on my channel, so it's not gonna. It's no drama now. We all just talking. Yeah. So if you feel like that, I apologize. It wasn't directed towards you. Okay?
Can I please,
Charles?
Can I please?
Yeah, hold on for
a minute. Let tired of the bullshit go real quick. I hear you, tired. Let's go.
Okay. What? I just want to apologize to make sure that it's okay to agree to disagree, because we're all adults here. Okay. I am so adamant about what this Bonzi has been sending to me. I sent it to the U.S. Senator, I think his last name is Sims, who initiated and got the Jelani Day bill passed. That's how adamant I am about this. I feel that passionate that this Bonzi is involved in some sort of way. I forwarded it to him. That's how passionate I am about this.
Okay.
Not just this text that Bonzi sent me. It's several texts that he has sent me. He is following me all over YouTube. All over YouTube. Anywhere I am, there he is. In the middle of the night, 12 midnight. Who is up at 12 midnight to me but a killer watching the news, watching the podcast? No one is up unless they are concerned, unless they're trying to stay 2 steps ahead. And for some reason, I got under his skin. And I know for a fact that a murderer and a bully, they can dish it out, but they can't take it. And that's what I know.
Okay. First of all, tired of the bullshit. I appreciate the apology. I don't think that you owe me an apology, but whatever. That I do appreciate that. And we are all adults here. And I will say, regardless of what we believe that this Bonzi person is involved in, they're still a shitty person. I mean, to me, it's like the people, even if they weren't involved in it, they are a chaos agent and they are trolling and they are harassing you. Like, that is all inexcusable, no matter if we believe the least or the worst here. Like best case scenario, it's still basically a crime, and it's unforgivable. Worst case scenario, he's involved. But again, I'm going to tell you, I'm a person who is definitely passionate about this case as well. I'm a person who has put evidence in the Facebook group. I was the person that mentioned MK the Don's Facebook post in the group. I took that, and I also understand that there are people that are passionate about this case that come from a respect law enforcement background, and I am raised not to trust police background, and I've seen police do horrible things background. And I will say that, some of my background spans all three. But I will also say that, so I understand it's not that there's a completely legitimate reason to not want to take evidence to the police, but the logical place, it's not, the best place to take evidence then is to the private investigator. It's not to the senator can't force the police. If we believe that the police are somehow, at the best case scenario, negligent or disinterested, worst case scenario, involved in this, the senator's not going to be able to do anything. The private investigator is going to be able to do something. And I have gone to the private investigator. So you and I are on the same level of caring enough to go to the authority that we trust. But if we're trying to move this case forward, we have to be going to the people that have the connections and the tools, and it's not, I personally don't believe it's the senator.
Well, I don't believe that it's Peru, just by the last video.
Me neither. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So this Bonzi fella, we all know that if you put yourself at the scene of the crime, you are now a viable candidate to be investigated. So my thought process is, if you are commenting enough with details to a crime, I'm not leaving no stone unturned. Everybody is a suspect. If you are commenting excessively, which this person is doing, you are a suspect to me. And I'm going to make sure everyone knows about it. I don't care how far-fetched it seems. I'm going to report you. And that's just what I'm doing. Because this case is just a tragedy, an absolute tragedy, and it needs to be solved in any way that we can put pressure on this Bonzi, the police department, and on up the chain. We need to do it because this mother, the young lady that I grew up with, she is in dire straits. She is in pain, and we cannot let her endure this burden by herself. We cannot, and we will not argue with each other. We're going to help each other. We're going to put this puzzle together. We're going to put it together.
The thing is, we're agreeing on more points than we disagree. First of all, I'm not saying that we should go to Peru with anything. If I don't agree with that at all. The private investigator is not in Peru. The private investigator is connected to the family, so that's where I went. I agree that just seeing Carmen hurting, I'm not just running my mouth out here. I've donated to the Jelani Day Foundation, from, my nonprofit and everything. I'm doing whatever I can. And I'm not saying everyone needs to do things the way I do. Everyone needs to do things in their own way. But we need to do things that always are thinking about the family and moving the case forward. I'm not a person out here that knows Carmen. I saw the video with the police vehicle. That kind of stuff means something to me. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that touches me emotionally. And exactly, those kind of things, I see that. And honestly, those police officers in that vehicle, Carmen didn't have beef with them. She said, hey, they don't understand either. And those are just dudes doing a job right there, as fucked up as we think about it. And this is a tragic case. I'm not even going to say how much I've spent of my own like personal investment in coming out here. I'm not doing this shit for clout 100%. I'm not talking to the family. All I'm doing is trying to piece everything out, trying to get, and the only people that I'm interested in getting information from is journalists, law enforcement, and the Day family. We don't have to believe law enforcement or be cheering for law enforcement. We can be on completely different sides of that. But we want that information because we're trying to balance everything out. And yes, trolls, we do, if somebody is trolling, they're going to be obsessed in the case in a way that's polar opposite of us on the panel here. And I see you, CC, and I'm really sorry that you haven't seen yet. And, I definitely want you to, and everyone here. I haven't looked at the chat in a little bit, but the energy that everybody put to Dow Nakata, that person, I put them on the Bonzi level of bullshit. And half of everything that has spun wildly out of control with this case all started there. And it's weird to me how the energy is different because I don't respect anything that's coming out of Bonzi's mouth right now. I don't respect that Bonzi person. And they do need to get the IP addresses of these people. I don't know why it's so hard that they can't.
I sent that too. I screenshotted his IP. I sent that also.
Awesome.
Yes, I did. Because
so I don't know why they're okay.
Can I say something real?
Yeah.
It's your show. No, I know. I'm just don't mind me. Tired of the bullshit. Remember when I gave you the guy's name yesterday? That was the private investigator that he's working with Carmen. That's the one he's talking about. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get CC to say something. CC, come on, baby.
Yes, quickly. Hello. I'd like to go back. Jelani said, why are you guys me? Did he say, why do you keep on bothering me? To me, it means that they've been bothering him, more than once, twice, and Bonzi, this person, I went from my gut and listened to what you were saying, Jeff, and to me, it seems as if he's a professional. I don't believe that's a biking. I believe it's a professional, a cop,
yes,
or an undercover because of the words. Why would human and trash together in the same sentence, right together? And he seems like possibly racist.
Yeah,
I'd rather not go to that. I really was concentrating on that phrase, human trash. That sounds like somebody who's sitting in their at the computer. They're kind of white bread, kind of putting on. It's just a weird. It's a weird phrase.
When he says, I'm going to string you up, that is old jargon for we're going to lynch you.
And that leads to someone who is 20 years old, not 30 years old. I was thinking armchair, computer, it could be a cop and a computer, they dumping like but it's more like personality of the like the profile of the person that's speaking, sharing that all with us. Is it to lead us there or to lead us away? And I think there's like tentacle to push us away in the directions we're going, getting close to who this.
I think that you bring up a good point there, CC. And regardless of what we all personally believe about thing, and everyone's going to laugh at me, bullshit over here, but I mean, I have some background in interviewing, anti-fascist action, in the Midwest here. Because, I grew up in a place where there have been legit lynchings. Most the late 18th, early 19th century, or late 19th, early 20th century. But there are keyboard warriors. I agree with that, CC. I believe Tadao Nakata was one. One thing about some of these racist dudes, though, is the ones that are way more online in a public forum like this, they're like the weakest ones. The ones that are the most powerful are in, Discord chats. They're only talking amongst themselves, and they are the higher up echelons of the connected networks of actual white supremacists in the Midwest. There are plenty of people that have racist attitudes in the Midwest that are going to pop off on Facebook or YouTube or whatever, but they're the ones that are the least likely to do shit, or the most likely to do it as a lone wolf. But I do agree that they are keyboard warriors, and I do agree that marched that piece of trash. That's definitely racist language, 100%. So I'm not sure what the motive is here, but they definitely are trying to lead this conversation one way. And I'm not sure. I don't know. I want to know more about them. Is their profile open? Tired of the bullshit? It's private?
No, they, when I told them that I was forwarding all of their emails, all of a sudden they done got quiet. He hasn't responded to me in 2 months.
Okay, I respect that. But we going forward here too, we can't be telegraphing our moves to anybody. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Keep going.
Well, yeah. So, I haven't heard from him in 2 months, and okay. I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't think that's a coincidence. He now knows his carbon footprint can be traced.
Mm-hmm.
If this person, go ahead.
Yeah. No. If this person.
No, go ahead. I'm
yeah, I appreciate it. And they should be traced. Like there is a lot of noise in this case, and I definitely, at the very least, it should be the baseline for the police. If they're saying that this is still an open investigation, it should be the baseline that they're at least trying to figure out who Bonsai Buddy is, who Tadao Nakata is. That should be a given. But are they doing that? I don't know. I don't really know what they're doing besides covering up Jelani's car. I really don't know right now. I don't think that they. Go ahead.
Person. It's what are their names, please? Bonsai who, and what's the other one?
Tadao Nakata.
Oh yeah, I remember him.
He was the.
There's a case that's gone forward in California from the missing girl from Cal Poly
Stanislaus.
Yeah. Oh, you know what I'm talking about.
I don't know the case. I'm familiar with that area though.
Kristen Smart, and it is Chris, a podcaster. He became a podcaster. He was a musician, and he decided that happened right next to his town, and he took it upon himself to go online, and the case is now in it's important to me, but they moved the case from Stanislaus, LA, Stanislaus something, up to Monterey County. Okay, so this is the thing. Chris Lambert did a lot of footwork and brought this out of obscurity. It was back in, it was barely being paid attention to, how many years later. And what was so cool about him is that he had, a website and a contact and a phone number and an email, and people kept on sending on stuff as he got more notoriety, right? He met with her parents. He went to the campus. He went out in the countryside. He's done all of these things, like much like what you've done, Charles, and a few other people. And a side note is that I was with We Are Change, Roseville, Sacramento Gold, and I got involved because I got tired of crime. I got attacked, and not attacked physically, but
Mhm.
say too much because Miss Jazz wants to interview me, but I went through a few things
Mhm.
racially. And basically, I live in a small town. It's suburban, and it's middle of California. And I just really got pissed off, so that I got
Mhm.
involved with Change and some other groups, truthers and things like this, and became a truther. So I'm always like carousing YouTube, Google, and different things, different case. And I've gotten into the truth community, the true crime community, rather. And this case is just phenomenal to me. It's a travesty,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mhm.
that they want to park a car outside in weather and let all evidence inside go to pot. Okay.
Yes.
I have great uncles that were the early CIA, the OSS. So, I've sat in rooms with family and listened to the way they think, investigators, right? So that's part of the reason why I really follow true lately, and just how many
Mhm.
missing people, and being that I'm a black female, seeing how many missing black females there are in our country per year. It's a genocide. So back
Mhm.
to, and I think I got even more hyper when it was cookins in the freezer. Okay, okay.
Mhm.
So mhm. So this one here is till, and then we've got the situation where you've got Keystone cops going on, and he was being followed by police, and bringing it back to what you guys were talking about right now. Just like these two individuals giving, and I commend Tired to send that to the senator. There are different ways that we handle things, being YouTubers, truthers, true
Sure.
crime. There's many different talent there. I happen to be a muse, so when I paid attention to Chris Lambert, I'm like, this guy was a musician. He's a recording studio or something, and he
Mhm.
got hyped out about Kristen Smart. You guys look at the website. I don't know where it's what .com, but it's called In My Backyard. Is that correct? That correct? You seen that? It's In My Backyard. He has 10 video recordings, all the findings, people that he's interviewed, and his case. Kristen Smart is now in court. The guy that did it is in jail, or he was in jail in LA County. There are other dead women. Okay, he worked at a Coca-Cola factory in LA, and a girl went missing, and they found in a ravine. Okay, he was
Mhm.
caught at a club, several clubs. Like his thing is certain things and drugging women, putting it in their drinks, and then they get to the side. He'll escort them from the club to a car is one instance, right? And a
Mhm.
family see him do this, and that's how Kristen was escorted to her dorm by what is his name? I can't think of his name right now. Guy that he's going to court with his father, right? And so there's a pattern, and this is why. And Chris, the podcaster, he is the main reasons he stayed on top of the sheriffs. People were sending information to him, and he was able to go confront this.
Mhm.
He got evidence. The cars that were used with Kristen were found in another state, in Arizona, Mexico, or Colorado, and somebody from law gave it to him before it was even really like listed in the evidence or the department. He goes, "Oh, hey, Chris." He wrote an email or something. He goes, "Hey, go look to the fence over there." Like Mrs. did to go see the car. Chris Lampkin was told to go look to the fence at the sheriff's yard, and he saw the kid that escorted Kristen Smart to her dorm. He saw his truck. They had found the truck. So it is important. Shows like Stay Dangerous and God, I'm not sharpest knife in the drawer. You guys, forgive me.
Cece, I would love your personal information sometime, because I'm blown away that your family was part of the OSS. I would love to interview you about that. But also, I appreciate.
They were
What's that?
Airmen, and also.
And I think. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. I just wanted to say, Patricia feels like Dee needs to help us up here. What do we need with Patricia?
That's exactly what I was reading. I was thinking,
and voice my opinion, but
yep.
Go ahead, William. You good?
No, I was thinking the exact same thing. Like, I don't know what we need help with, but we obviously, more voices enriches the conversation for sure. CC, that was a great recommendation for the crime show you had mentioned there. One, I don't know if you all have ever seen 12 Angry Men or have heard of Henry Fonda, but Henry Fonda was from Nebraska, and his role in 12 Angry Men, that's kind of like my baseline guidance for how I try to analyze things. And an interesting aside about Henry Fonda was that he witnessed one of the most prolific lynchings in Nebraska in 1914. It was, I think it was Will Coe or Joe Brown. There were two lynchings, but the one he witnessed, he was in his father's shop in downtown Omaha, and that mob was so rowdy that they tried to lynch the white mayor of the city as well. Like, it was just unreal. And even in elementary school, we toured the courthouse, and they showed us the bullet holes that are still in the courthouse today. This had a very profound impact on Henry Fonda and his view of justice in the world, and it really kind of shows in that movie. It's just something that I'm sharing with y'all because it's it's kind of my criminal background in terms of, we all watch Law and Order. I do think also, real quickly, Stay Dangerous show, Brooklyn Squad, Make This Go Viral. These conversations are important, and I think that the details do matter. And one of the things that I think needed to be corrected from Stay Dangerous, so maybe a couple days ago, when he was talking about Emmett Till, he said that happened 30 years ago. And I'm 42 years old. That shit did not happen in our lifetime. No. Emmett Till was lynched in like in the 50s. It was like he died he was lynched in 1955, and that definitely matters, because I think that is kind of, when I first saw the body in the open casket from that funeral, I couldn't sleep for about a month where I didn't close my eyes and see that horrific body. Wow. So I definitely, that gives me nightmares to look at it. I do not recommend anyone going and looking at that freak's stomach. But in that sense, as it relates to this case, and I should have saved this for the opportunity to go on Stay Dangerous, but I understand he said, where was Sev to support the mother to see the body? And it's like, Sev viewed the body with the grandmother, and they did that to save Carmen from having that be the last image of her son. And, it's really unfair to kind of go towards those kind of speculations on the family or anything, but that view, I can't imagine seeing that body the way it was and then saying, the DNA proved that was my brother. Like, it's fucked up. Sorry to cuss on your show here, but that moves me in a way that makes me want to do everything I can for these people. We don't have to know them to be affected by this, and to use all of our knowledge and everything to really try to come up with a story. And hopefully come to the truth soon. It's going to be, we're coming up on a year this week, and that's why I'm back out here. It's been a full year, and as far as investigations go, this should not be a cold case by this point. So it's time to step it up, anyway.
Well, the reason why Emmett Till looks so bad, the reason why Emmett Till looked so bad was they were transporting that body back and forth. They had let that body in Mississippi. They had moved it around. They had sent it up. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Sent it like different, be held, if not got it half Chicago or all the way to Chicago, and it yanked back to Mississippi. It's terrible what they did. They didn't want body leaving the state of Mississippi at all. Just like the case in Illinois or Indiana out there, where they were just loud talking the family. They didn't even there was a case up there where they didn't even let the family see their loved one, which was a young black. It was either in Illinois or a surrounding state. They yelled down the mother and the family and said, "We just know that this is your family member and we've already taken care of it. And so you just don't need to come out here." Hello? They were going to try to do that day, actually. They were trying to.
I want to pause real quick, CC. Dr. RBH made a great point in the chat. Do you have your YouTube open and also have the StreamYard open? Because it's causing a delay in terms of the audio, and it's causing an echo. So if you could take a leap of faith and close the original YouTube and just keep the StreamYard open, it'll solve the audio problems that everyone is noticing on the stream. Do you know what I'm talking about there real quick?
Yeah, that happens a lot, CC.
There's my broadcast journalism skills going to work here.
Well, I'm glad you said it because I didn't even,
Is it better now at all?
It's pristine. You sound lovely. And thank you, Dr. RBH, for speaking up there too. Awesome. Keep going, by the way. I didn't mean to cut you off completely. Go back to the start there. That sounds great.
I just thought I would throw that in. That's why there's different cases like Alonzo Brooks. Really, Shiva sees her channel. She put up a couple new videos. Okay, she's covering the Kylie Rodney case. Which, here we go. Okay, I live near there. Okay, this Kylie Rodney case. I live near there, so it's actually my county. Actually, one of those counties. So I'm kind of I'm not indifferent, but I'm indifferent. How different races are handled in the media and law enforcement. I want to throw that out there for you guys. So I'm kind of seeing that unfold in my area with this young lady, and God, it's just horrible. One, but we've got to be a little bit more fair. But I just thought I would bring up those tidbits about Emmett Till, and then Alonzo Brooks back to Shiva sees. Shiva said that she's going to put another 2 video about Jelani. She's going to do that, and then she put out another one about Alonzo Brooks, and he was kept in a some sort of shack, okay, when he was missing for 2 to 3 weeks. And I'm wondering if Jelani, or if that's not his body, if he's not still being kept somewhere. Okay. Alonzo Brooks went missing in Iowa or Kansas or something like that. And he went to a party. It seems like something that's similar to another case we were talking about, if not Jelani, where there's police stop-off points where they sit and wait for cars to go by. I think that with Alonzo Brooks at that party.
Hold on, CC. Hold on, babe. Fix your microphone tight of the bullshit. She came back down, but her microphone's not on. Fix your microphone, boo. It's because it says device not connected. Tired of the bullshit? Fix your microphone like you did before.
She's tired of the bullshit. The audio bullshit.
There she goes.
She's
All
like,
right. Go ahead, Cece. Go ahead, babe.
So quickly, I think he left the party. They say he was alone without his friends. That his friends left to go back to a gas station. I don't think that's true. I think that he was either on the way there or to get cigarettes. He was taken back to the gas station with them, and then I think he was snatched out of the car by law enforcement. And then I think that people got on cell phones and they all went out took him out to the shack. He was found pond behind the party house. And I'm just thinking that with Shiva C's videos, she has a picture of a white 2-story house. Okay. And Seeds talks about how they had horn behind the house. And I just think that when you go to Eagles Tarot, which I went back on yesterday, he was talking about how they have either sheds, big large sheds of some kind, where they're just got bodies hanging just for the picking. Okay. So I know this is kind of graphic. You got from my family background, we discuss stuff, but my dad was a medicine, so my mother too. So I don't grow Z, but I'm sorry, you guys, but I just feel like if Jelani's body, which we know that it's been proven that it is, but another autopsy, just like Lavina Lynn Johnson, they did a number of autopsies. And I know they're not done with that case either, but I don't think that this case should be done with. And I'm glad Mrs. Day went back out there. And that car, it's. I think she took that video because she wants proof of how they have handled this case. Yes. And I'll come back.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they wanted the weather to finish disintegrating any evidence. That's what I think. They wanted the weather to finish any evidence off.
Mm-hmm. I tend to agree that whoever was responsible for Jelani's death, in terms of how they ended up putting Jelani where he was, yeah, they absolutely did. I mean, I've gone down about as far as you can go to the river's edge on the north side from about 400 feet beyond the Illinois-Michigan Canal Trail end. It's like dense forest over there. It's there's a lot of wildlife in that area in terms of, a variety of different birds, deer, turtles, crazy amounts of fishing going on out there. Also tends to be if you go to the crime statistics for the Peru LaSalle area, that's also kind of the high crime area, which is interesting to me. But I think that they thought this was the perfect location to deteriorate a corpse, absolutely. Or deteriorate any evidence.
Michigan border and Illinois?
No, it's a trail called the Illinois-Michigan Canal Trail, and it's a trail that's based on the Illinois-Michigan Canal. I don't actually know if it still extends to Michigan anymore, but I mean, it's just a name that was from, a long time ago. I'm sure there's locals there that have the history, and I'd love to hear it. Also, there's several locals there that I've talked to that are very concerned with this case as well and want justice for Jelani and want the truth. So I definitely want to always kind of shout that out. I've made several friendly acquaintances with people over there that are trying to help. I'll ask them if they can go somewhere, and they'll go take a bunch of pictures for me and stuff. So it's very interesting. But anyway, yeah. Back to the elements. The time frame that Jelani's body would have went in the river, that area was about, I think, in the upper 90s to 100 degrees several days there. So that's not a good recipe for anyone trying to preserve evidence. That's for sure.
So it was true when they said that the weather could affect his
Oh,
body.
absolutely, 100%. The weather, the wildlife out there, and for me, that's the biggest question, because yes, the body looked mutilated, similar to a way that Emmett Till's body looked, but we know what they did to Emmett Till. I mean, the horrible things that they did to Emmett Till. I've read a little bit, and this is disgusting, but I've read a little bit about, corpse decomposition, and they say that wildlife can mimic trauma to the body. So the biggest question here is the things that we see on this body, were they done post-mortem or antemortem? If they were done post-mortem, then it may look like torture, but may not be torture. If they were done, beforehand, then it was absolutely torture. There's no question. But if it was torture,
And
there would be more complete. Go ahead.
think about it. Emmett, he fought with his words.
To the extent that like a 10-year-old boy could.
Yeah. And you did you hear the abusers, the killers testimony? If Emmett would have just or someone that was there, I think it was one of the killers, he said if he would have just been quiet, wouldn't have said all the things responded back to them, they would not have tortured him as much. I'm thinking, not
Yeah.
sure, but Jelani, if he thought he was gonna go out, I bet you all the education he has and all the common sense from his upbringing, and then a little edge of roughness, that his brothers had, and that little edge that he might get his brother's lifestyle. I think he just gave it to him.
Yes, I do too.
Hold on, Charles. Have you? Because I know you say you be out there a lot. Have you been able to talk to anybody from the school?
From ISU or from the community college that's in the area? I've talked to nobody from either school yet. I haven't, but I have a lead on the possibility. Well, man, I can't even say that here, honestly, but I will say that there's a list of people that I would like to talk to, and I don't want to telegraph that yet. Well, I'll telegraph one is I would like to talk to somebody on the Illinois Search and Rescue team, one of the teams that was out there that September 4th. Part of the reason is because I want to, first of all, it would be great to get their background, because there's a lot of people that go missing up there. That was one of the things I heard in one of the press conferences in Bloomington, was that they have a lot of search and rescue teams out there because people go missing around the Starved Rock State Park area. There's a very famous triple homicide of 3 women in the Starved Rock State Park area, and that killer was actually the person who was convicted of that murder was actually let out. And the reason is because there's a lot of evidence that they were coerced into confessing to something they didn't do. But that's a different story. But yeah, I would like to speak to somebody on the search and rescue team to get their opinion of how far a body could have traveled and whether a body could have traveled to where the final destination was, where they found the body, or if that body had to be placed there. Because then it really starts to narrow down what the movements were for the persons that were near Jelani at that time. We don't know them. We don't know who they were, but we suspect, at least I'm operating under the assumption that somebody was there with Jelani when he died, and somebody was there when Jelani's body entered the Illinois River. Those things are consistent, and for that reason, it is important to suss out the rest of what Bonsai says, because they allege that they were there when Jelani died, and they allege they were there when Jelani's body went in the river. So absolutely, that's the kind of person that we want to suss out. We also want to suss out MK to Don for posting the picture that they posted. That's one that I think is a great person. I would love to know the IP address of who made that post. That's something
Right.
that.
Let me say
Yeah.
this.
Wow.
What if these two people are one and the same and using different names?
That's another part. Man, that would be great to know those things, because if that's the case, then I would actually start to. I will say this: I believe MK to Don knows what happened, but isn't necessarily responsible for what happened. And those are assumptions that we can talk about on a different episode. This has been pretty long, but if they were one and the same, then there's really something going on here. There's something that is connected that definitely needs deeper exploration and needs actual investigation or interrogation. Not necessarily Facebook shaming or social media stuff, but us getting that information and being able to make those connections, that would be critical. That would be a game changer, 100%.
How can I reach Mr. Jakari Harris? I just have his name. What's his contact information? I would be more than happy to send everything to him, just like I sent to the center. And I have to say, that information would be very viable to the senator, considering he is the one who initiated the Jelani Day bill. He would want to know any information. All information is pertinent, even as far-fetched as it seems.
That if the senator is as dedicated to this as you believe, I'm going to trust that. And I would hope that they would take that information and use it in a way that can actually move the case forward. And to me, I believe that the way that they do that is having this information go to somebody who can advance an investigation. And since I don't know what the senator's relationship is with law enforcement there, I would hope it's decent. I would hope that if they're trying to do this for justice for Jelani, it's not adversarial. But I would say that they absolutely know that a private investigator is the one entity that has a relationship with law enforcement based on their background, has a relationship with the family, and the family trusted enough to attain or retain, and has enough trust with people that don't necessarily trust either of those entities for whatever their reasons. So hopefully the senator, and maybe there's another person out there that the senator knows that can do it, like a dog the bounty hunter for, missing people or something. Who knows? But we need this to go forward and go forward in a way that, really gets more truth out there and helps, advance this case, advance the cases for missing Black people above and, or as a baseline, but absolutely advancing this case. That's 100%. I think we all agree on that.
Okay, so again, I'm going to ask you again, what is Jakari Harris's information so I can send it to him?
If that's the private investigator's name, I put that information in the last video that I was on, the last live stream, and I don't have it pulled up, but I can take a moment here and try to find that. And is that Jacari? Jakari?
That's what I have. Harris.
Okay.
He wants to know, how did his pee get shredded and his organs be liquefied?
Well, sorry. My answer to that would be the penis flame could absolutely be from the river. If the penis was not flayed in the river after death, antemortem, or postmortem, then there absolutely would be a blood trail somewhere. There would be a legit crime scene somewhere. So wherever Jelani had his last breath, there would be lots of DNA, lots of blood there.
I believe that there's plenty of DNA still out there.
Yeah.
I think that they're deliberately refusing to do their jobs. We
Hmm.
see what happened with the
Car.
car and the what's the information that she gave them that they now lost? The flash drive that's now missing.
Could you elaborate on the flash drive? I don't know that information there.
I believe Miss Day said that she gave a flash drive with some
Yeah.
information to either Peru or Bloomington, and now it's lost.
Yeah, they been said that. I interviewed the cousin and she said that herself. And Miss Dave said that plenty of times.
And what was the information? I haven't seen it, so if someone can either fill me in or like what the flash drive had, like what did she give them? Was
I
it like
don't know.
communications or okay,
I'm not for sure what's on the flash drive, but I just find
okay.
it rather suspicious that it's gone.
Yeah. The
You know,
cousin
I
Abigail Davis was on my channel. That's Jelani's first cousin. And she did say that they had told her there was no video at YMCA. They lied about that. She also gave them a flash drive, and then they said, "Oh, we can't find it," or "We gave it to Peru or some shit like that." It was a lie. This is crazy.
This
It
is a
really
cover
is.
up.
Yeah,
This is a
yeah.
complete cover up, and they are shifting evidence here, there, and everywhere so that it can deliberately not be found. Bonzi says this in another email he sent me. He said there is no information and there will never be any information. How does this person know this? I'm going to make sure, Miss Jasmine, you put that up. Everything that he sent me is up for panel discussion. No stones left unturned. I
Yeah,
need,
that's what we're talking about now.
yeah,
I put it up, and I'm always going to talk about Jelani Day because this is effed up, and I really feel bad for the family. Justice needs to happen. I do feel like it's a big cover up, and in my opinion, allegedly, I feel like
yeah,
the police is involved.
I do too. I do too.
YMCA foot. It was the YMCA footage, like I said. Yeah, that was on the hard drive. Charles,
I
Okay.
also want to say
Thank
that,
you for that.
you're welcome.
can I
The
also say that
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
it's okay. Can I please say that the
Ariel
Pinkerton,
Davis had said that though on my interview. She sure did say that.
can
Okay.
I, can I, can I say that Jelani's genitalia being flayed is consistent with being strung up. Those are things, and those are code words and things that racists have done to black men for decades. I do not find that that is a coincidence that this Bonzi is talking about, I'm going to string you up, and his penis being flayed. Those are hallmarks of racists to me, someone in a position of authority.
You know, I get that. I personally, based on the autopsy report, Jelani could not have been strung up. He he could not have been
No, 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 no,
hung by
no.
a cord.
He said that he was going to. He didn't say he did. He's
Okay,
making a threat. He's making a threat to
sure.
Jelani. So let's get that
And
clear.
I agree that that threat has racial undercurrents to it 100%. The question about the question of, well, overtones, sure. Nobody says I'm going to string you up except in my experience in, racist context. So I agree there. The genitalia being flayed, I don't, you know, I would say if it's possible that that is consistent with racism, I feel like that's consistent for racism in a different time period, absolutely. But that could also be consistent with sexual trauma. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that can go. And again, we still don't know. And here's another thing. Jelani's body, when it was found with a tank top on, a white tank top, and boxer shorts, and a sweatshirt tied around it. The tank top and the boxer shorts, I absolutely believe, was what Jelani was wearing when he died. If he had his genitalia flayed while he was alive, his boxers would have had blood all over it. That wouldn't have gotten washed away by the river. So that would be another thing that I would want to ask someone from the Illinois Search and Rescue Team that found the body. Say, hey, was there blood stains all over the boxers? That would definitely indicate to me that go ahead.
No,
Do you
finish, Charles.
Do you
Let him finish. Let him tie the bush. Let him finish. Go ahead, Charles.
No, I was actually finished there. I mean, I basically believe that if the genitalia thing was true, regardless of the motive, if the genitalia thing happened when he was alive, I would want to know that there was a lot of blood and DNA on those boxers.
Okay. I find it suspicious in this day and time where you are taught to document everything. I find it suspicious that there is no video footage of them pulling Jelani out, considering they were out looking for him.
I don't know that there isn't footage, because I know that they used search drones and everything. So I know that there is footage to some degree, I'm assuming. And this is all assumption. I don't really know how the intricacies of these investigations go. So I definitely would like to ask people on the search and rescue team. But in terms of them like all being out there with body cams on, I don't think that this is that kind of situation.
There's a history in the upper, and a lot of people don't know it, and it's going to be coming out. It's about the European influence there. There's a lot of Scandinavian ground
Yeah.
in Canada and the North Midwest, and America, which is Morocco, it's Morocco, is far historically was a territory of England and Mo. So people groups have traveled over here not only from the north, but from Africa, from North Africa and points in between. And there are factions for many different like influxes of peoples into North America. And so there's like clans, okay? Including the Klan involved in conflicts that have gone on, and I've researched it. And so when she has a picture of an Egyptian tomb, like a body tomb, on the beginning of her video, and also Eagles talks about these factions in North Mid America. I just want to throw that out there because not all whites are blacks, but there are factions within white America, some against blacks and other minorities, and some not. And so I just want to throw that out there as a piece of information to go along with the Klan or non-Klan, and I mean KKK.
Sure.
Very case. And I think that there was something else I wanted to say about that. Um, mm, we have a large growth of the Klan last 10 years. And it's very similar to the early 1900s, if you will. And I was looking for the agencies, the alphabet soup agencies, to shut it down. And it is in different ways. The Klan influence in the military and the agencies in law enforcement has been looked at very
Mm-hmm.
seriously in the past couple months to couple years. There's been a large growth, and there was a shutdown of the KKK in the early 1900s. Okay,
Oh yeah.
and yeah, so I just want to throw that out there. This is the
It
reason
was.
why you're seeing so many hangings and so many killings like this.
Mm-hmm.
Cece, I'll let you know. I have been fascinated with racial composition and racial stories of the Midwest. All my life. Again, biracial, but my father's black. My father went to a segregated high school in Indianapolis. He went to Crispus Attucks High. This is not very far removed from our history. And my uncles in Indianapolis. When I was a kid, we'd go visit granddad, and one of my uncles said, "Hey, said something about the Klan," and I was like, "Man, we learned that was like in the old days in the South." And he was like, "Oh, the Klan is still very active in Indiana." And I was a kid in the '80s and '90s, so to speak. And I started looking into it, and Indiana was a hotbed of that type of activity, and was one of the largest enrollments of Klan members. So that's definitely important to the history. One thing that I found interesting about the racial discourse in the Jelani Day case is the somewhat, I don't know if it's cognitive dissonance or if it is some sort of selective memory or something, but there was a lot of that racism in the alphabet soup agencies. And again, that's why I'm very interested in your family's experience in those agencies, because one of the stories I definitely plan to get into is a story of racial abuse against a man that was perpetrated both by the FBI in Omaha and then the FBI in Chicago. And the man was an FBI agent. His name was Don Rochon. His last name is spelled Rochon, but he was being threatened and abused by his colleagues. They found out he was taking scuba diving lessons, and they took a fishbowl with a toy scuba diver, blacked out its face, and said "monkeys can't swim" or something on it. Or they would, take his family photos. The FBI was a wild place in the '80s. They would take his photos and put tape monkey pictures on the photos, or they would, send out holiday invitations to everybody and send one to him, but it also had written "Don't come" on it and stuff like that. They would also they would code their racism towards disparaging Jesse Jackson, which is interesting that it kind of comes full circle that now Jesse Jackson and leaders, quote unquote, are asking for FBI assistance when FBI has a way more recent history of racism than even some of these towns that are considered sundown towns. And it's not to say that racism goes away. It definitely doesn't. There's people that have their beliefs, but I don't know that, the racism of the Federal Bureau of Investigation as it relates to civil rights leaders, as it relates to Black Panthers, infiltration, murders in Chicago, and harassment of fellow Black law enforcement federal agents. I think that deserves some discourse.
Well,
I guess I'm trying all that to say, why do we trust them?
They just released the bodies and DNA of the people who were bombed in Philadelphia, was it? And it was
that the new bombing?
What was that?
Was that the move bombing, or was that a different bombing?
Yeah, I think that was
Okay.
the bombing. And then looking at Jelani's picture, did anybody remember when I said when you look in slant, it looks like his picture was made to look like an ape, or when you look from and downward from a certain
Are you talking about the
standpoint.
image? Are you talking about the image from Beyond Hello, or a different image?
Yes, from Beyond Hello.
Okay.
Look down at an angle, and I said to stay danger, and I had circled within the face where I was seeing, like, it has a lower nose, it has lower cheeks, it has, yeah. And I was looking at it, and I'm like, wait a minute, I know they didn't do that. I know they do that with with the, the media, or whatever you want to call it, with the technology. And it definitely looks like it to me. And then another in the chat said, yes, I see what you see. I want to say point 3 is Anna, Illinois, as all, no, you know what I'm talking about, right?
I know what you're talking about. Similarly, there's an Anna, Texas, and it's been said about that town as well.
Oh my God, what does it stand for? And it's acronym for ain't
no ends around.
no
allowed.
And point 3, or wherever I am, there is a skinhead leader who said comfortable going to ISU because he knows that Anna ain't no loud. You know what I mean? So that's why he wanted to go and feel very comfortable at ISU.
Can I jump in?
Point 4 or 5, I'm almost the skinhead groups in Bloomington Normal, they have a for being anti-gay and just being strong there, very strong there against minorities. Done.
Tarda, I heard you wanted to jump in. Please do. And thank you,
Yes.
Cece.
I wanted to add that during my research about this case, there's a town next door to Peru called Oglesby, Illinois. And this place is named after a Illinois governor back in the 1800s, I think 1880 something. This guy was so racist that they named the whole town after him. So this racism runs deep down there, and it is very concerning. So I just wanted to add that.
Chicago. I have a best friend that lived in Chicago as a child. He grew up there, and he said that go out to the baseball certain parks, because the whites would attack the young black males. There's no way you could go out there and baseball or do anything like that. There'd be huge fights on the border of the suburbs of the city. No way at all.
All of this rings true. One thing I will say, though, is that even though this is America's past, I mean, this is not unique to the Midwest or to the South or anything like that. We can find cases like this all over. But what I will say is that, I had reservations going out into these areas. One, biracial, dark-skinned, LGBT member, all of that stuff. I always kind of assumed possibly that I would be the oddball when I'm out in Peru. I'm not out there with a team of people or anything. I'm just a dude with a backpack and a camera and a drone sort of thing. But the last time I was out there, and I've run into a couple people on more than one occasion out there, the racial makeup of the people that I've seen, there's definitely, it's overwhelmingly white if you look at the census and the statistics and everything. But the last time I went out there was a, African-American grandfather who pulled up at the canal trail, and had like 5 grandchildren with him. And it just kind of threw me off because of the way that we're, talking about the case and, talking about Illinois and Peru and everything. But it's not one of those things where just like the presence or existence of a person that sticks out is going to attract it in certain ways. And I feel, go ahead.
This is Dee. How you doing? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's all good. How
I
you
wanted
doing?
to ask the question. I'm doing well. I wanted to ask the question, how out of all those businesses out there and that canal, that big old river, no one could have saw his body like dangling there. And how did the rescue team, you had 3 municipalities with dogs and drones, how did they know to go to that end where the hospital was at?
The hospital. Are you talking about where the body was found, or are you talking about I'm not sure where the hospital is, Dee. Can you?
It's right there at the end of the other part where they say they found his car at. It's an IBCR hospital that's there, and they had their drone there. I think they launched it from there.
Okay. So I feel like the area where, and this is another thing I want to ask someone on the search and rescue team, but I think that there were more than one search in the area, right? And I think that the dog and the drone search, the coordinated search there specifically was covering the area around the YMCA, around where the vehicle and the wallet, those kind of things ended up being like located. As far as going to where the actual body was, I've driven, so it was, there's a fallen tree. They had to use a chainsaw to cut away big branches to actually extract the body from that area. I've driven on that bridge going north and south multiple times with a camera, which, at first was shaky as hell, but it would be very hard, I believe, for for dogs to be able to access the area to be able to find Jelani, and then B, even a drone, and of course the search and rescue drone is going to be way different than the kind of drone I have and stuff, but anything that they're doing from an aerial viewpoint, I think would have missed the body, but that's based on my idea of where it was and how entangled it was. So, I could definitely be wrong on that, but that's something I do want to know, and I think that would help us, kind of figure more things out.
How about all the businesses that's out there? You got a canal that's there. You got the restaurant that's there. There's a lot of activity there. How do you not see that body?
That's a great question. So, for me, I don't believe that, well, first of all, the restaurants and the businesses that are right up against the river over there, that's industrial. So that's like, there's an Archer Daniel Midlands, which is like a food processing plant. There's several industrial type of plants over there on that riverbank. Actual restaurants, I don't know that there would be any that are overlooking the river in the spot that would have caught it. And especially, I don't know the location of the restaurants, but if they were west of the 251 bridge, their view would have been absolutely obstructed by the 251 bridge. If they were east of the 251 bridge, their view would have most likely been obstructed by Archer Daniel Midlands. I believe there's a furniture store out there that doesn't have access by the actual river. I also believe that the only thing that they would be able to see is they would be looking for a corpse in the river. And I personally, I don't have any evidence to believe that Jelani was alive out there. And I personally believe the only way you can get away with that without any camera seeing it is if you were doing this at night. Any of the other things, they could have seen his vehicle driving around in that city. They could have seen someone dropping the wallet, taking the license plate, all of those things. But those things, the important thing about Jelani, I don't think any of the cameras or the businesses over there would have seen that.
I got one more question. Okay, by them saying his PP was filleted, his eye sockets was out,
Genitals, yeah. Yeah.
and couldn't someone had did that and changed his clothes? Because he
Well,
had many different clothes out there. He had the shorts and gym shoes on one end of the river. Then he had clothes in his trunk.
yep.
The Jimi Hendrix shirt was in his vehicle with the hat. They didn't report that, and it's just a lot of things that don't add up.
So one of the things about the clothes, and I think that the clothes are really kind of guiding me to my theory about the case here. And I'll get to the eyeballs too, but I again with any of the damage to the body, the trauma to the body, I personally believe that would likely have been caused by river life, and the reason I believe, or at the very least, would have been caused post-mortem. And the reason I believe that is because if you're, and this is graphic, and so I apologize, but if you're gouging someone's eyes out, you're going to be doing damage to the orbital socket. You're going to be having microfracture. Even if you just punch Jelani and knocked him out, let's say that, you would be doing microfractions to that orbital socket. You would probably be fracturing it. And none of that was evident in any of the 3 autopsies. So for me, I'm still on the fence about it, and I tend to lean towards post-mortem in terms of that kind of trauma. As far as the clothes go, the clothes are what make me believe that Jelani, well, let's just kind of go from it. So first he changes the original clothes he had on in the day. He leaves the campus, he changes his clothes to the Jimi Hendrix, the hat, the shorts, and the shoes. I think at some point he's meeting up with someone and he does some sort of activity where he takes the shirt off. I believe that, the shirt being in a different location than the shorts and the shoes and socks, I think that that's significant. But I don't see any clothing being added to him or taken off of him for any reason except for the sweatshirt. The sweatshirt is the biggest question mark to me. He wouldn't have taken off his clothes. Well, again, I don't believe he was alive in Peru, but he wouldn't have taken off his clothes but left a sweatshirt on. To me, I kind of lean towards the sweatshirt being used to move the body, to be able to pick the body up and put the body in a vehicle type of thing. To me, that makes me believe that someone was around Jelani when he passed and that somebody owned the property where he was when he died, because otherwise you would just leave him and just leave. But so I believe that he had the shirt off and the hat off before he got to the property, and then that stuff got put in a vehicle when he died. That's kind of, some of my theory. I haven't, fleshed all of it out on the stream or whatever, but that's kind of where I'm going. And I believe that the clothing, just the bizarre spread outness of the clothing, just kind of indicates that he was most likely already dead by the time he got to Peru.
Right.
But
I have
again,
another question.
yeah.
How did his teeth get knocked out? His front teeth, upper and lower, was knocked out.
That part I'm not. So I mean, was that actually in which autopsy was that in? Because
the third look, the one that was on the panel with the mom, and they were all discussing it, and he said he never saw a body look like that. He couldn't tell what black, white, Hispanic.
That's the second. That individual, Dr. Bryan, that was the second look. But yes, so the teeth were out by the second look. And I believe that the teeth being out was part of them removing the jaw, because they did 2 things to try to identify Jelani, right? The first thing was they took a bone out of his leg. They claimed to extract the DNA to do the identification, but they also did something with the dental records, and I believe that they removed the lower jaw based on that. I don't know if those teeth came out kind of as a result of that whole process, and I'm not even talking about whether it was ethical or not, but I believe that the teeth most likely came out in the identification process. I don't know if it's something where a turtle would have gone up and gone after it, but I have a friend that has the actual autopsy report, toxicology reports, and that's kind of what I gathered from that.
And I have another question. Well, I lost my train of thought. Sorry. What I was saying was on the news when Rob Stafford from NBC5 reported, and he was reporting on the cell phone that was found and the redacted information that was on there. And on the bottom of it, it read, that wasn't blacked out, that Jelani needed to get to the hospital because of his femur. Now, was he able to donate his marrow to his dad, or he was not able to donate?
So again, I'm hesitant to speak completely on that because I don't remember him going for anything for the femur based on like the videos I saw related to cell phone. But what I will say is I think that the process of bone marrow is like a lengthy and multiple type of extraction process. I don't know if it's a one-time thing. I assumed that since Survey Day passed away, that the process wasn't completed because Jelani, was killed or died or something.
And I said that multiple times on here because his cousin that I interviewed said the same thing. He was not able to, give his father give his father what he wanted to give his dad.
I believe that. Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay, Brooklyn, I gave you that news report from Rob Stafford, and on the bottom it did say that he needed to get into the hospital because of his femur.
Okay.
So I don't know if that was something that was said way before on the on the text to him, or what.
I have no
You
idea.
can put it up there. I sent it to you yesterday.
Yeah, I know. We talked about that. Yeah. But
but look on the bottom
about let me see, because I know you keep asking about that. All right, let's see here. Okie dokie. Pictures. That's not it right there. So what you want me to pull out the whole video?
Yeah, pull it up so they can see the bottom where it reads on there. They redacted the other information, but that part they didn't.
Okay, I got you.
Thank you, sweetie.
Okay, let me take my glasses off because. Oh. Mm.
There's a lot of good comments in here in the meantime while you're looking that up.
Yeah, go ahead, yeah, go ahead.
I'm just going to kind of touch on a few of them, but let's see. As an issue here is all these folks that are giving off tips and delivering articles of evidence and not identified, no suspect lists. The only one that has been identified is the cell phone guy. That's a good point. K.A. Lindsay's making some good points here about the timeline with the body found on September 4th. And a Bloomington pathologist performed an autopsy on it on September 5th. In his report, he clearly states it. T.O. also made a good point here that they believe the penis looked flayed because of skin slippage. Tia says it happens during decomposition in water. I've heard of slippage. I don't know if anyone listened to Serial before or the case of Heyman Lee, but skin slippage was something they go into a whole lot of detail on there. And that's a good point, too. I know it happens outside of that it happens just in decomposition anyway, but I'm sure water will play a factor in that. Kay and Lindsay, as one divided we fall, was there any mention of Jelani's body having weighted blood on his body? I don't know about weighted blood, but that's interesting. K.A. Lindsay. It is a male of African American descent. The second pathologist couldn't tell if it was male or female or black nor white. So yeah, the body, it sounded like it was gray. The way Steve described it, it sounded like it was like 100-year-old man, is the way that the skin looked. In a lot of areas, skin was just completely gone. In some areas, there's slippage. So it would have been really hard to tell the race of the body until you got into some deeper other analysis. And
when a body is in the water that long, Charles, wouldn't he blow up? Wouldn't he be inflated?
Right.
Bodies would bloat for sure. And again, I haven't read all the way through, but so I don't know how bloated the body could have been. But the floating is because of bloating in the body when gases are released. So Katie says, with the weather being as warm as it was, the water would have been warmer as well, causing decomposition to set in quickly. Yeah, and that's the tough thing. So I think the third medical examiner was Saratella. And he said that on one of those shows. He said, nature dealt us a difficult hand here. The body was in the water for 11 days. And with the air temperatures being what they were and the water temperatures being what they were, yeah, it's really tough here.
I'm gonna have to look up for that video because I don't have that what you sent me. I don't know why I don't have it, but I got everything else. But I'll just look for the video and pull it up again, all right?
Oh, okay.
I got you, Bill. I got you.
Jasmine.
Yes, babe.
Is it possible with so much corruption going on that they could have given Miss Day a cadaver?
I believe so. That's my opinion, y'all.
I think with such corruption going on, with such decomposition of the third autopsy, I'm talking about the third autopsy, that they couldn't tell the color of his skin, that they couldn't tell, what gender he was. It sounds to me, and I'm going by such corruption, they gave her a cadaver. That's what I believe the third autopsy was.
I feel you.
That's what I believe.
That's cool that you believe that. I don't know if I do. I'm not going to say that there isn't corruption. That's for sure. I don't know that corruption can be deep enough for them. In order to do that, they would have to actually be collaborating with the medical examiner and several other entities to be able to pull that off. So, well, I don't know if Richard Block has that many friends.
I don't find it far-fetched at all. When you're dealing with a whole area of corruption, high up corruption, I don't find it far-fetched for anything to happen. They could do whatever they want to do to paint the narrative to distract us. Yeah. I believe it's a cadaver.
So can I ask you a question, Tyra? Why do you believe? What do you believe caused Jelani to leave campus that day?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. What do you believe caused Jelani to leave campus that day?
That's a good question.
I believe someone lured him. I believe someone lured him away.
Okay.
They lured him away.
And what type of person do you believe would be able to get Jelani to leave there?
Friends could get him to leave that campus. Friends.
So my question, and I'm just kind of, the questions that I'm asking are basically the way my mind is trying to recreate the steps here, because I can't see Jelani leaving campus just to kick it with friends. Because as a person who's gone through graduate school and a year of other types of professional school, if just like my average friends hit me up and say, hey, let's go kick it, let's go to a river, let's go smoke, whatever. I'll say, hey, once I get out of class, at 2:30, 3 o'clock, let's go then. Jelani, it would be tough for me to see Jelani leaving campus to do something that he could just do any other time with friends. Like, something had to be serious that led him away. And I don't mean serious as in grave, but it has to be something where Jelani believes he doesn't have another opportunity to do this within the next couple days. That's kind of where my mind has been going.
Yeah. I have a question. I think the reason why the university is not saying anything is because they don't want another George Floyd. Yeah. They're quiet, and they should not be doing that because it's wrong the way they did this young man. Mm-hmm. And I believe allegedly the two board college students, they have lawyered up. Why? Why no one is talking about that?
Mm-hmm. At first I thought that was unusual for sure. But the more I thought about it, I don't know. There's still questions I would love to know from them. Absolutely. But, people with movies, and honestly, people that think that they could be implicated, I can see why a person that didn't have anything to do with this would get a lawyer. I still don't know why they were able to go to the right spot or how many other searches they did. Those are things I would love to ask them, or at least ask their lawyer to get those questions from them or something. But I definitely think that, and here's the tell for me. Jelani's mother, Carmen, definitely has questions for those people. And we know this by the way she talks about those people. And I'm paying attention to the way she's talking about people. And she doesn't talk about Kara with the same kind of energy. And to me, that says something to me. It's just inference and deduction, but I don't think that she has those kind of questions with Kara. So in my head, I've kind of moved on from Kara, but it would be honestly, it is valid to wonder what's going on with those girls. I'd love to know.
Did any of those people at that university, they had to have went to the high school with him, because his brother Sebi said he didn't have any friends. He introduced him to his friends. So my thoughts is some of them had to have gone to Danville High School. Mm-hmm.
It's possible. I mean, that's a big university, and Danville is not too far away. So, there's people that went there, I'm sure, but I don't know if Jelani's close friend circle went there, and I don't know how what Survey's connection is with those folks. Survey went to Eastern Illinois University, so he may have known those folks through the organizations, activities, and friends he had out there. It's unclear, but I'm sure there were Danville students on that campus.
Wasn't Jackson one of them? He grew up?
No, he went.
No.
Going to University of Illinois Champaign.
Okay, gotcha. I found the video, guys. Alrighty, y'all ready? It's kind of small. I don't know why I can't get this thing bigger.
Once across the country, yet the mystery of Jelani Day has only deepened. Today we talk with his mother about all the clues that simply don't add up. Here's Rob Stafford. What have you lost?
A big piece of me.
Carmen Day has lost more than most of us could ever imagine, and still hasn't found the reason her son Jelani went missing.
I want to find out what happened to him. I want the people who did this to him to be held accountable.
Hey everybody, my name is Jelani Day.
Jelani Day was 25, an A student from a close-knit, high-achieving family in downstate Danville.
I don't know why he's doing that, y'all.
Danville, Illinois. He was getting his graduate degree in speech pathology at Illinois State University. Why speech pathology?
He wanted to help others who didn't have a voice for themselves to be able to speak.
Last August 24th, Jelani got coffee at this Starbucks at the ISU Student Union in Normal around 7:20 a.m., even though he wasn't doing class until the afternoon. That's him on security tape, dressed up in black pants and a blue button-down. Carmen watched the tape, searching for clues.
And I see him looking at his phone. I see him walk back across the campus. Then I see a video of his car leaving.
Nearly 2 hours later, Jelani was caught on camera again, this time wearing shorts and a Jimi Hendrix t-shirt at a marijuana dispensary 10 minutes away in Bloomington. His mother says he bought one joint, then disappeared. The key question, what caused Jelani to leave campus, change out of his dress clothes when he had an important class that afternoon?
Right.
Was he texting with someone on his cell phone? What was said in the messages? His mother says this clearly goes far beyond the legal purchase of a small amount of marijuana.
Mhm.
Something changed, right?
Something changed.
What happened?
That's right.
I don't know.
Do you think the answer's on that phone?
I do.
Mhm.
2 days after his disappearance, police an hour north
That's crucial.
through Illinois found Jelani's car in a wooded area near the town's YMCA. The license plates have been removed. Over the next week, Jelani's wallet, iPhone, and other items were found in several locations, some more than a mile from the car. Then a partially clad, decomposed body was discovered on the bank of the Illinois River, curiously upstream from the car. Carmen rushed to the scene, but police said she should not view the body.
Didn't even get to look at my baby. I didn't see him, and I wish I would have looked at him. I wish I would have.
Using DNA and dental records, authorities made a positive ID and said the cause was drowning. Did Jelani know how to swim?
Yes, he knew how to swim. I was a member of swim team in high school.
So how did he end up in the river? Is there any chance Jelani took his own life?
Jelani's never had any kind of any inclination that he wanted to harm himself.
Was he on any
He
medication
was
for
not
mental
on
illness,
nothing.
depression?
Nothing.
Justice for Jelani!
Justice for Jelani!
Carmen Day is accused of Bloomington police of dragging their feet when she first reported Jelani missing. She says she feels they would have worked much harder if her son wasn't black.
Bloomington dropped the ball from the beginning.
Civil rights attorney Becky Trump and Reverend Jesse Jackson are helping in her fight for answers.
Throughout this whole ordeal, I try not to be that angry black woman or try not to be in their face and telling them what they need to do because I needed them to look for my child.
Bloomington police declined our request for an interview. Carmen says they've told her Jelani's phone is with the FBI, which is still trying to unlock whatever evidence may be inside.
And I'm trusting God that everything I'm doing to find out what happened to him will not be in vain. This is not going to be an unsolved mystery.
Rob Stafford, NBC5 Investigates. If you know anything about Jelani,
Wait a minute. They missed a lot out. What happened? Yes,
It's another report. No, it's another one that I gave you. I gave you a copy of everything.
But this is what was on the internet. I can't find what you sent me, so I said that I was going to search for the video, but they missed. What the hell just happened? They didn't say anything about the cell phone, right?
Right.
I've seen the video where they talk about the cell phone.
Yeah, me too. But I just thought it was weird that it just cut off. I don't know.
How do you read the message on the bottom of it though?
What's that?
Did you see the message? Did you see the message that was on the bottom that they were asking
of the cell phone?
Huh?
No, I didn't see that. The video that I'm talking about is the one where the NBC guy goes, and then the phone was found out of pure luck. And then I've heard that one, but I didn't see one where they talk about a message on the phone about him having to go to a hospital.
That's at the bottom. He didn't say anything about it. It was at the bottom. You can read it at the bottom. He only talked about what was redacted on there. He didn't show, He didn't mention anything what they said about him coming to the hospital to have his femur checked.
So I would love to see that. So hopefully someone can get that link and put it in the chat or something, because I'm very curious about that. The only medical thing that I know that Jelani was even remotely engaged in that day was finishing up a TB test, but that's the extent of what I knew he had to do that day for his program.
Okay,
And
I'll have to step out and go back and get it and send it back to Jazz.
Okay.
it's all
Yeah.
good.
Do that.
I'm gonna probably have to bounce off here and kind of
Okay.
get the rest of my day going out here. But
Yeah.
I just wanted to drop in, make sure y'all don't forget me. But it's been great talking with y'all, and hopefully we can start getting more answers and kind of helping this case out to find truth for Jelani. So thanks for having me on, Brooklyn. It was a pleasure talking with you, CC, DD, or D, and Tyrda. Yeah,
Yeah. Nice meeting you.
absolutely. And I'm sure we'll be in communication again. Nice to meet y'all.
Yeah. Have a blessed, safe day. All right.
You too.
That was weird that video did that shit.
I'm
And
gonna send it to you now.
And this video though is from the five. Well, yeah, I just saw what the video was. 5 Chicago. Nearly 6 months later, Jelani Day's mother remains firm of fight. That's weird because that has never done that before. What, they just took some pieces out?
No, he did a separate report from that. What he did just then, it was a separate one. Well, he talked about how they finally discovered the phone.
Right, I know that. What I'm saying is, usually the videos that I've seen, I've just seen the whole report. This is the first time I've seen a half or something. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of shocked me. Yeah, I was like, what the hell? Because I've seen the whole thing. All right. You sent it to me?
Yeah, I'm going to send it to you. I'm thinking maybe Jelani discovered something that was going on at that university to have gotten him out of where he was at, because she said 2 people was at the door when he was walking out and may have been asking him something. Nobody bothered to question those 2 people.
Who is wait, let's freeze for a second. Can we block that person, please? I don't block people, but this is not a porn site. So moderators, please.
Somebody probably coming up there.
I do have moderators in the chat. Please unblock. I don't like blocking, but this ain't no porn site. I hate when they do shit like that. Please.
I'm getting ready to go get the I'm gonna send it to you again. I'm gonna step out.
That's very interesting that he would have TB tests. So he had a blood test that month, or in the few days before that. That's interesting to me. Was he being tested for organ? Anybody hear me?
Yeah, I'm trying to block somebody. I'm asking y'all, my moderators, to do it, but no one's doing it. So
yeah, I'm getting over there. I'm going over there.
It won't let us though. It said please refresh the page. You got to be kidding me.
Jasmine,
what?
when Miss Carmen said, when they was talking about what caused Jelani to, what happened, what caused him not to go back to school, that just stuck out to me when she says, I don't know. No one is trying, no one, I mean, that just hit me. Something happened at that Beyond Hell Low. Something happened there. I think there's just a myriad of just unanswered questions. We have to get these questions.
It sounds like something happened at the school starting, because well, not really, but well, okay, all right. So he didn't have to come back to school until 1:30. So it does kind of make sense he went home and chill. Who texted him?
Yes. That phone
Who was texting him while he was at that school? Because Carmen said he was texting. She seen him on the camera texting. He went over there, went into the bone center, whatever, sat on the bench, got up, he went back and forth, and then he left. Who was he texting?
Right. Somebody had some power. Somebody had some power.
And they saw what was in the phone. That's what made me so upset with this case too, is because his phone was looked at. They saw what was in the phone. They said it on the video thing. How many texts he had, how many messages he had. This is crazy, man.
I think this is deeper than we can even imagine. That's what I
Thank you,
think.
Brooklyn. I mean, thank you, Purple and Gold. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, everyone, for getting that person out of here.
I'm still curious about the blood test and having access to his body, and the
Yeah.
femur bone. Let's say they did a preliminary test in Texas when he went for his father. Um, Maybe he was having that checked out, and maybe he smoked because he had some pain. I want to throw that idea out there a little, was into natural remedies, and we just don't know that.
Okay, I got it, y'all. She sent it to me. Yeah, it didn't come through before, D. Check this out. It does say that. Can y'all see it? Let me.
What does
Oh
it
my God.
say?
Yeah, let me read it to y'all. Let me take these glasses off. On Thursday, nothing crazy on Jelani. Hold on, let me make sure I'm saying it. Yes. On Thursday, nothing crazy on Jelani's phone extraction. There's voice. It doesn't say it. Skips that. It doesn't say the number on right here, but it says someone called to say Jelani needed to get in to have surgery. For also appeared he may have used. We should. And then they blocked that part out. So yeah, someone called to say Jelani needed to get in to have surgery for if that was related to the femur injury. The only people would know that would be his family. So, I mean, you know, he had to have surgery.
That's new to me.
Hmm. Could this been a doctor? And this is just my opinion, allegedly, that they wanted to get him in that hospital to do something bad and maybe sell his organs or something. I don't know.
Right. Could they been trying to do a type match? Maybe
Exactly.
yeah, maybe he matched up with someone.
Right.
I
Hmm.
believe I do believe he was targeted. I believe that
Mm-hmm.
for more reasons than one.
Okay, yes, baby. That's what I was looking for too, baby. Thank you. And they didn't show it on there, but as we seen it on the news. Don't forget, 6 numbers were of interest because they did not match his contacts. Six numbers was of interest. They sure did say that. But then they made it seem like, oh, it wasn't a big deal. And I remember saying, well, why the hell would you put that out there then? You know what I mean? 6 numbers of yeah, big cover up too.
Oh yeah, everything is a big deal, but they are trying to distract us. They are definitely trying to distract us by saying, "Oh, it's not a big deal." That is a big deal. Every person in that phone, all of his activity must be investigated thoroughly.
Was it surgery for the bone marrow? Tracy says. The only person will find this guy. The only person who's gonna notice is the family. That's it. I mean, we could sit here all day and say and ask each other this, but we don't know. His mother, his
Well, I
family
have
will
read
know.
that his father lives in Texas. That the surgery might go on down there.
Huh?
That he had was for his father. I had heard that he was flown. He went to Texas to do the matching father. That his father lives in Texas.
Right.
Is that true? True. Anybody that?
I thought he lived in Chicago. His father.
Wasn't he in the hospital or something? Because I remember his cousin Ariel saying that he's very, very sick. Very sick. Like she was like, he's not doing good at all. So whoever was on that interview when I interviewed her, do y'all remember her? Well, I remember her saying as I interviewed her, but yeah, he was real sick, y'all.
Well, that's what we need to find out, rather than
Hey D, where you at, D?
I had to get a smoothie. I'm here.
Okay.
Do you know where his father lived? Do you know where his father was in the hospital at all?
He was in the hospital in Chicago at
There you go.
Northwestern Hospital, downtown Chicago, is where they found out he was a match for his dad.
And didn't you say that he had gone to Northwestern for something?
Yeah, to visit his dad.
So his dad was in the hospital.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It was on the news. They had reported it on the news when they first found out he had left Chicago. That I think it was on a Friday. Then he started school on the 24th. So within that 2-day span.
Remember, the cousin was saying that he travels back and forth, to see his dad.
Now think about this. There's many advances in medicine now, and they can grow skin from one cell. Maybe they took some cells out of his bone marrow and they're going to grow those instead of having him have to have an invasive surgery. Think about that.
It's called stem cell, CC.
It's stem cell. Maybe they could grow them instead of him having to have an invasive surgery because the bone marrow transplant or surgery for the donor is very tiring. It's extensive.
Hold on, Purple and Gold. You was at my interview, right? Yeah, she said the cousin said Jelani just came back from Houston. There's a Houston in Illinois. Right. She said he travels back and forth. Purple and Gold was there when I interviewed her. Thank you, babe.
So what you're saying? His father lived in Houston.
There's a Houston in Illinois.
Houston. It's a town called Houston.
Oh, okay.
Right. Thanks.
That's my husband.
I know. Hi. Thank you.
You're welcome. Assalamu alaikum.
He's a paramedic and emergency room technician, so
I
he
would
know
like
a lot
to know what he thinks about this case.
What you think, babe?
What I think about it,
yeah,
it's a shame for what had happened, and there should be some answers. There's no way in the world that nobody doesn't know anything on the law side of it.
Right.
So,
tell him about the water part of it.
I think
if a body goes into the water.
If a body goes in the water, it doesn't matter if it's 10, 14 days, the body is going to decompose and it's going to blow up like a fish. Mm-hmm. So if I never heard anybody that's been in the water for 10 or 14 days and not have any bloatness, like you have bloatness in your belly,
right?
It's going to go through the whole body. So, and as far as missing some tissue and everything, well, that's true, because you're a dead corpse, right? That's food for predators. All right, so you can be eaten by fish, you can be eaten by a turtle, you can be eaten by a crocodile, what have you. So yeah, that is true. You are going to be eaten by other marine fish or animals.
Right. Oh wow.
Okay. That's going to happen. That's just like you taking a piece of steak and throwing it in at the shoreline in the shallow water. What's going to start eating at the steak, right? Other fish, crayfish, crawdads, turtles. But as far as having a regular structure that's been in the water for 10, 14 days, no, you're going to start blowing up.
Wow. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's interesting. Wow.
So I think somebody was holding on to his body and then they put him in there. Because how would you just throw things in different areas trying to make it look like somebody that don't know what they doing robbed him and throwing his stuff all over the place. You know what I'm saying? That don't
Right.
make sense. Now, either they were holding him somewhere. That canal has a place where you can walk mules on, so that river area is busy. So I'm not understanding how in the, you know what, that all those people around there, the boats, the barges, they got the different businesses there, that no one could have seen anything. That's a busy place right up in there.
And back to JTC Bank. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm
what
sorry. Go
happened?
ahead. Sorry.
And I'm sure
Oh, there
it
she go.
can
Oh,
see
all right, there she
everything.
go. As for one, got something and very check this out, y'all. Matter of fact, oh, there it is. Read what they said. Ali, you have the mom and the family along with volunteers looking for Jelani with no police assistance, and they didn't come across his body or his clothes. And then all of a sudden it appeared. Interesting.
And all of a sudden the phone appears.
And his body and his clothes.
And all of a sudden the clothes from the Goodwill appear.
Right. Right.
And the
That's a
girls
good
lower
that's for one.
and the girls lawyer up after
Can
they
we touch?
found the clothes.
Can we touch on the license plates being found now inside of the trunk, whereas before they didn't know where the license plates were?
Right. They said the license plate was removed, and now his mom found them when she went there because they wasn't expecting her there in the back of the trunk. It's a big cover up.
Oh, that was right. She recorded when she said she found the license plates in the back of the trunk of the car.
Yeah.
When they said they didn't have them.
Sure did.
Well, let's talk about cars, along with drug trafficking and organ trafficking. And, there's car trafficking. Do you guys know that? They were having a large problem getting cars down to Central America from from the United States. That's a pretty nice ride he had.
Oh, wow.
That car had an OnStar on there, so it can tell a lot of stuff about his car. So nobody bothered to find out anything about that OnStar that he had on his car.
They're not looking. They're not looking.
They're not looking.
Call
And
the company.
You can call the OnStar company.
And his grandfather took care of that car, and so did he. That car was owned by an elderly man and probably had low miles. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there, food for thought. Does anybody know if that car was a collector's item type car? It looks like it.
It was a Chrysler 3000, wasn't it? I don't know what year it was.
I've never seen a convertible Chrysler 3000. Has anybody else seen one in my life? Heard of one?
I think what happened was he probably came across something that was going on allegedly at the university, because I can't see him being the professional that he was to go home, change, get into something else, and then you see him on camera, and then you don't see him. Out of all these cameras they got throughout the whole cities and states, they can see everything.
Question: was he dating? I'm sorry to.
Shiro's saying some. And where was that found at, Shiro?
Why nobody answering his question?
What question is that?
He said, "Was he dating?" We
My
put
husband asked, was he dating anyone?
right. That's why everybody got quiet. I guess because we thinking shit. We could say that, but his family said he wasn't.
Oh, okay.
But we think otherwise. I mean, he was a young, handsome young man in college, so I'm pretty sure he had girls and stuff. But I did ask the cousin on my interview with her, and she said he was into family. They was actually planning a cousin vacation. Jelani liked to do cousin vacations, so they was planning a cousin's vacation, and she said the dad was so sick, so he was really just into family and school. But I'm pretty sure he had a shorty on the side, allegedly.
Mhm.
And is the shorty a sister or Caucasian?
He
I'm
says a
pretty sure.
short sister Caucasian.
Like I can hear. In my opinion, Caucasian, and I don't. We don't know that for sure. I'm just throwing out my opinion.
Allegedly. So if it was, that might be an issue right there.
Right. Exactly. Show your husband a picture of Jelani with all those white girls in that restaurant.
I think they wanted to kill him for various reasons.
Oh yeah.
Oregon.
Yep. That's
Oregon's
one.
one.
Yeah, but I go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I think he probably came across something at that school, maybe.
There is a psychic, and I always go back to the psychics. I'm sorry, you guys, bear with me, okay? Because there's a lot of them. There's a lot of tarot readings. There's a lot of psychic readings, and there's a lot of the box readings where they go on a radio and let Jelani talk from the spirit world.
Yeah, I seen that.
There's a lot of different readings out there, and one of them is talking about how and it's a sister, and she's talking about how that colleges have different research programs, and then sexual research, and that probably could have been occurring. She felt that it was happening at ISU. The photo with all of the ladies and Jelani being there in the front. He's the man. Okay. And did research into that with Kanika Jenkins, and I actually found a research project that dealt with extremely large lips and how that attracts men, and it was from the University of Chicago system because she had extremely large lips. And there were boat college students going in and out of that hotel with Kanika Jenkins, okay? And a lot of chest running in and out of there too. If we're gonna talk organ trafficking or medical research edge or period regarding these cases.
It's a real mystery, and the school knows, the university knows what's going on. They don't want the attention. They don't want that attention because it would be a uprising for sure. It'd be worse than the George Floyd.
And they do have Chinese students that transferred in there. And China and Chicago are the number one hubs for organ transplantations. Number one. So, and there was a professor that was found to be abusing Chinese girl students, the lady students at ISU.
Y'all think about this. Jelani was 6'1". Was he 6'1"?
6'2", I thought his mom said.
Okay. He's in the prime of his life. He's intelligent. So
Very.
I would think that his organs, and I would even dare say that they are doing, I don't want to be vulgar, but harvesting. If his genitalia were flayed, I don't put anything past anyone at this point at what's going on down there in that whole area. They got rid of this young man for various reasons, and I believe they made a handsome profit for getting rid of this young man. for various reasons. And this is bigger than we can ever imagine, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Was Jelani's anybody in his family involved in local politics?
Well, I know that his family, I don't think local politics, but I just know that they are better off than the average black family. I can tell you that. And all of them are highly educated. We know that.
Right. Yes, they are. You know what my first thoughts was when he had found out he was a donor for his dad? You
What's
know,
that?
Northwestern lies a lot of rich people who
Mm-hmm.
donates money, and my first thought was somebody could have tracked him from
Yes.
leaving there and found out he was giving was the donor for his dad, and somebody needed something for their kid or family member, and I thought they tracked him. That was my thoughts. Mine only, allegedly.
I totally agree without reservation. I totally agree. And I was thinking that earlier today.
The kids don't call it dating no more, as one said. You're right about that. That's why I said a chick on the side. Anita says G-A-Y. Anita. Lord of mercy.
Oh my God.
What did she say, Jazz?
G-A-Y.
What's that?
Gay.
Girl, that boy wasn't gay. You could look at him and tell he wasn't gay. Come on now, stop.
The way he walked, oh, little bye.
He had swagger, girl. The way he was walking with swag. Not as, come on, no, come on.
Go back, look at that walk.
I saw the walk. His walk was a normal male walk.
Well, I live near San Francisco. I seen it all.
I live in Chicago and I can see it all too. I'm around a lot of people that's gay, but they don't have. Some of them flamboyant. Jelani had a swag about himself. He didn't have a gay swag. He had a swag, a male swag about himself. Confident.
Yes. And that
he sure did get his mom's lips. That's for sure. That's a gorgeous guy.
Well, he clearly disturbed somebody down there. He upset everybody down there because they got rid of this.
He probably found out something that was going on that campus.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can't see all this for one black person. I can't see nobody doing all this and just trying to cover up everything. I just can't see it.
Well, here's what I have a
back
problem
to the. Okay, I'm sorry.
This is what I have a problem with. My problem is this: you have to please FBI and everybody, and nobody doesn't want. Not that they don't want to do anything. They're reluctant to put out off stops on everything. Whereas you had a situation with this is not a color card, and it is a little bit. You have an all-white male, all-white female detained on a highway for domestic argument.
Gabby Petito.
And it's funny that they let him go, let both of them go their own separate ways, knowing that they're going to come back together and something may happen instead of keeping an eye on them. But when everything went south, they went hell and high water to try to find this girl.
Yeah.
And they're not doing it for this young man.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big issue.
That's a real big issue.
Nobody's saying too much about that. It's not getting a national attention like that young lady had got that national attention.
True.
They went far and beyond to trying to find that girl.
They went balls out finding that girl, and they got him a hotel room.
And to this young man, really absolutely nothing. And yeah, and then on top of it, we're gonna put you up for a night at the hotel.
For Gabby Petito's boyfriend.
The situation was reversed.
Yeah, they put him in a hotel room.
If it was a black young man, we ain't giving you no hotel stay nowhere.
Oh shit.
Matter of fact, we're going to detain you and get to the bottom of this. So the girl comes up missing, and they got everybody except for the National Guard to come out to try to find this girl.
Yep.
But for this young black man,
They ain't have nobody.
no,
But his parent,
no,
his mother,
no.
his brother, his
They don't know
sisters.
this. They don't know that. Everything was botched from the beginning.
Yeah, it was.
And it was deliberately botched. Deliberately botched.
So
And
we're not
be
getting
and
national attention on this situation, but on that girl, they sure did. From helicopters almost to the National Guard, short of the National Guard, if you want to say so. They did everything they can to try to find that girl.
and be it known, her parents are probably National Guard and the granddaddies that owned the car. So why wouldn't the National Guard be
They
called
did
out?
everything that they could
They let
Well,
her
they did
sit
have
in
a
the car and
National Guard.
cry.
without hesitation.
They let her sit in the car and cry and call her mom. They had him stand, and he was talking, and you can tell he was up to something. And they interviewed him, and they said, we're going to get you a hotel room because you guys can't be together. He let her stay in the truck, so she took the truck out and somewhat stayed in wherever she was at. And all of a sudden, his parents was helping him back to Florida and hiding him. And they knew that.
Wow.
I don't think those
But
parents
again,
have been charged yet, have they? Those parents haven't been charged with anything.
No, they rich. They ain't going to be charged with nothing.
But who
did
killed the
anybody
girl?
But did
He
anybody
did.
peep the cop? Did anybody peep the cop that was flirting with the girl? He had a long old conversation with her.
Yeah, he was a rookie, girl. He didn't know what the hell he was doing.
Who?
The cop that was on came to the he was a park and recreations cop. He wasn't
No, they got different types of jurisdiction. They were very versed in what they do, but they have to detain. That's why the other police officers were called in so they can take over. They're just part. They're just part. That's why they call the other police officers to come and handle the situation.
But
As
again,
one note,
you
Jelani
know,
did not get an Amber Alert. Nope. He as one said, did Jelani get an Amber Alert? Nope.
No.
Who?
He didn't even
Jelani.
I just
The
feel
only-
for my female intuition.
Amber Alert for
I feel for
kids,
my. Oh, go ahead.
not for an adult.
He said Amber Alert is for kids, not for adults.
Okay, all right. Well, there you go.
I'm
Yeah.
saying for my
Okay.
female intuition. My female intuition says that cop was flirting with that girl. They had her off by her, and I think that cops are not all honest. And I think that happened to that girl. She could have shrugged and out where they had their way with her, and then all of a sudden he's going back to where it could have been a human trafficking case for all you know. People know each other, and interesting how. People that were working at the university had family that were linked to the trail. They had started to look for him.
Oh man, what the hell do I do?
And JTC Gang has a couple of couples talking about the links from the Gabby Petito to the Day case.
Do y'all think Jelani's murder was premeditated and calculated?
Yes, I do.
I do too.
Naturally.
I do.
Allegedly.
Because he kept on saying, why are they bothering him? Why do they keep
Bothering.
on bothering him?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say this. I think cops are on the hunt for black bodies. That's what I think.
That's what I think this was.
I'm sorry.
Me too.
Nobody's really saying it. It's the elephant in the room. And it's many elephants in the room. I just really think so.
That's what I believe. And I'm going to say this about the young man named William Young,
Oh, I got to do a story on him too.
who was murdered down there. This is why I think this is a whole collaboration of organ harvesting going on.
Yep.
Mr. William Day,
William Young.
his last place known to be seen was at a gas station. How is it that both Jelani and William, who are black men, end up in Peru, both being labeled as suicides? Why are they picking Peru to commit suicide? This is the cover up. We must look into Richard Plotch. I'm going to keep hammering that. Richard Ploch or Plotch, that original coroner, something is not right with him, and he holds many secrets. I would like to know if Mr. William Young's organs were taken. I want to know, was his body exhumed? They just totally rushed through this, just swept her away like she was nothing. Suicide. This man, he lived over in the suburbs of Chicago. Probably never even heard of Peru, but he ends up dead there.
I didn't know he wound up dead in Peru.
Sounds like
He's
in
LaSalle County. That's in Peru. Peru is in LaSalle County.
Wow.
But then also Daniel Young. What is that guy's name? That was in the desert. Daniel. What's
Robinson.
Robinson.
Yes.
Okay. He was found down that canal, locked in the canal, by the way. Okay. It was a Middle Eastern young disabled man that was locked down in that same canal. All right. So that's a brown person. I mean, some people think they're white, but I think that they're considered in between somewhere.
They colored. I just think this Jelani case, this is just far bigger than we can ever even imagine.
I see it.
You're right.
William Young.
Yep.
Daughter, it says, I got to do a case on him. I've never done a case on him. Daughter of man found dead in LaSalle in 2018 says he was lynched.
There you go.
And the police department confident death was suicide.
Okay, another thing. This is very important. This is very important. The coroners are elected officials. They are not medical practitioners at all. When I was doing my research about Mr. Plotch or Ploch, I need everyone to know and understand he once was a reserve officer for the Peru Police Department. That is very important. Did y'all get that? Did we go out?
Yeah.
No, I got it.
Okay. Not only that, his highest level of education is an EMT. All right?
Mhm.
Do y'all want an EMT certifying who has committed suicide? This person, to me, because this is such a cover up. This is just me, and this is just alleged, and I don't care what nobody got to say. I believe Richard Ploch was deliberately elected. He ran up against a retired pathologist. How do you beat out a retired pathologist to be the coroner? How do you do that? Is Mr. Richard Ploch in there specifically to label all of these suicides? Come on, there's something bigger going on.
You gotta be really licensed to be a coroner.
You have to be licensed to be a coroner.
I never heard of
No, you do not. No, you can look it up.
I guess you could be well, if you let somebody finish, then maybe,
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
So I guess you're right. I guess, as long as you get licensed or certified in it, you can be a coroner. But, that takes a lot of undertaking to do that. You want to have somebody that's well versed and qualified.
I would think.
If he was only an EMT, he's just an emergency medical technician.
Right. Yeah.
How would they allow him to do an autopsy on the body?
Exactly.
You have to be very good. Very good. Even though we know about anatomy and physiology and everything, you have to be well versed in that, in that type of profession.
Well,
So
we can
they
go
should
back
have
to Trayvon. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna calm down for a minute.
been higher than him, overlooking it.
Right.
And then how many years of experience was he?
How many years of experience did Richard Plotch have?
I would have to look that up, but I do have it in my research. And I also sent that, Miss Jasmine, I sent that also to the Senator Sims of Illinois. I sent that too, because things are just not adding up. How
Well,
are these
when you go
black
back,
men being labeled suicide?
well, when if we go back to Trayvon, okay, Trayvon Martin, same that handled his body in the not the morgue but the funeral home. It's the same person that handled the young man at Kendrick Johnson. If a coroner, it was the funeral director and his staff, his same people. And there's a big question about that. How do they get from one to the other? Why would the same person that?
Wouldn't you think they should have had someone be there with Richard Plotch before he did that autopsy on him? They did the autopsy quick, but you couldn't find him that quick, but you did that autopsy quick.
Exactly, exactly. I think Richard Plot is there just to label, especially these black, especially these black men suicide. I also did some more research. Peru has a very high number of suicides. And the gentleman that he was running against said, we need to figure out, why is there such a high rate of suicide in Peru?
They got a high level of crime there in Peru too, as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting Lavina Lynn Johnson, the young black sister that was a new Army inductee. They actually removed her whole vagina.
Oh,
Okay,
What?
and yeah, overseas, and that was to get rid of DNA because she was raped. And it was a suicide. They said she was a suicide. Look it up, Lavina Lynn Johnson. And this is the thing. There's a allegedly that a lot of vaginas are being taken out of young black women, and put elsewhere so that people can have children or have a vagina. Okay. Why?
Did you hear about this rich mogul? His name was Maynard. He's a guy over from Sweden, and he was real rich. He designed clothes, and he lived. He had a place in the Caribbean where he would invite all these black women, and he wanted their melanin and their cells and stuff. He said he would pay them. I sent it to you, Jazz, this morning.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a story on that eventually.
Yeah, and
that's crazy.
they got him for organ trafficking and doing all that stuff.
Yeah.
Sex
What's his
trafficking,
name?
everything.
What's his name?
His name is Maynard. The last name is Maynard.
And then guess what? That whole New Jersey, Long Island thing, there was somebody who was a witness to a black woman, young woman that had run up to their door, banging on the door, saying, "Save me, help me, help me." And they've had a lot of missing black females and females in general over there. Okay.
They got a lot of missing black females in Illinois alone, and they know.
And in
they
New
know
York,
what's going on.
actually, in New York, and finding them in apartments and stuff. And then what they were saying about Long Island or New Jersey or both is that once they get done trafficking them for sex, they'll start with the organ trafficking.
Oh my God.
And again, the psychic was talking about ISU having like a sex research program.
Mm-hmm.
She went into great detail with that too. And she said, I'm sorry, finish. Sorry. That Kara would be somebody who would be one of the older females. They said it was a older female and two younger females that were involved, that were jealous against each other. This is a psychic talking, okay, about Jelani Day.
Yep.
And that there were some females that were fighting over him, and that they got him out there area and killed him. Okay, doesn't that sound interesting? And
Very interesting.
Kara looks like she's a monster and the Night of the Living Dead and everything else in that picture. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I saw that picture. And I want to say to the gentleman on the panel, I didn't mean to disrupt anyone. I'm getting a horrible echo on my phone. So what y'all may be hearing, I'm hearing delayed. So it sounds like I'm interrupting, but I'm not. I'm here to be cordial with everyone. So please forgive me if I seem like I'm infringing upon anyone.
No, you didn't. You didn't.
So
My husband is hyper.
So
I want to read y'all something since y'all talking about the corners and stuff like that. If y'all don't mind.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was just looking some stuff up. It says coroners don't need degrees to determine death.
There you go.
It says this is our second report in the NPR News investigation series Port Modern Death Investigation in America in partnership with ProPublican and PBS Frontline. When someone dies unexpectedly or in suspicious circumstances, it is the job of a coroner or medical examiner to investigate what causes the death. We rely on these death investigators to provide the autopsy report and a death certificate to settle estate insurances, claims, and bring murderers to justice. In the United States, there isn't just one system. Coroners can be elected or appointed.
There you go.
Some are also sheriffs or funeral home directors, but many coroners aren't doctors. There are also medical examiners who usually are medical doctors, but may not be forensic pathologists trained in death investigations. But no matter what form it takes, the death investigation system in the U.S. is in trouble. A Young Learn investigation by NPR, PBS Frontline, and Public has found the functional system short of qualified people, squeezed for resources, and lacking in oversights.
So they just let him mutilate Jelani's body. That's all, because he wasn't a professional. They
Not at
could have
all.
brought a forensic guy in there like that Scaratelli was, and let him do the autopsy, not some jamoke that used to be a police officer and that's going to be a coroner and didn't even know what the hell he was doing.
He has no knowledge of what to do in death, and certainly not qualified to rule a suicide.
Oh my God, check this out, y'all. Check it out. Wow. 2 years ago, a blue ribbon panel created by the National Academy of Science pointed out the lack of mandatory standards for what's this word? Autopsies and the absence of oversights into the performance of coroners and medical examiners. It recommended that the goal of every state should be to move away from a coroner system, which is not based on medicine, and instead hire board certified forensic pathologists and put them to work as medical examiners.
Thank
you. Baby.
Now
that's a lawsuit within itself.
And it's right. Check this out. If you got an organ ring harvesting going on down there, wouldn't you want someone in there who was put in there, elected in there? Wouldn't you want that person to keep on labeling all these people suicides? Richard Coach is there for a reason.
Yep.
He's most certainly not there because he's medically qualified. He is about as inept as my dog over here.
Your dog probably smarter. Shit.
Yeah. And please keep in mind, remember when Ms. Carmen Day said, whoever brought Jelani down here, someone knew this area. Only policemen know this area. Richard Cloach was a former two-bit cop down there in Peru, Illinois. This Richard Plotch, I'm telling y'all, he is the one holding all this evil together because he's covering this up. They sending the cops out looking, in my opinion, they sending the cops out surveying. You got all them young black men down there, prime candidates to have their organs. Jelani was a prime candidate. Ain't no telling how much money they got for him. And ain't nobody going to convince me that that was Jelani in that casket, especially at that third autopsy. No one's going to convince me of that. No, ma'am.
Wow. I have a question. What I thought was by him working at a school, a university, and they use cadaver bodies for their biologies and stuff like that. My thing is, Kara Boyster probably knew that he was a donor for his dad and that he was a match. So right then and there, it could have allegedly went off from there. Because how is it you just show up at school and day 2 you gone? I don't get it.
Right. And that's a teaching school too.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
They use bodies to learn.
Yeah. Right. Every university has a medical facility.
Yep.
Where they do their, I forget the logistic name of it, but where the medical students do their training. And I'm telling you, they use every part of the body, from the hair follicle to the tongue, to the genitalia, to the femur. They use every part of that body. That's why that body was in such desecration the way it was. That wasn't Jelani. That was not Jelani.
Katie said, do we know the distance between where his phone was and the river? Was the phone found towards Peru or Bloomington?
It was off of 74, I think his mom said.
Where's that at, though? Do y'all know? I'm not sure.
It's like bordering.
I know where 74 is, yes.
So is that what? Bloomington, Peru, between what?
74 connects all of those. It connects Bloomington, Normal, Peru, Oglesby, and then you go all up to you can go all the way up to Rockford if you want to.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, and you know what I don't get? You know what I don't get? How they bring one of the teams from Oglesby into Peru to help launch that search. If you got search dogs and drones, the dog's gonna pick up a scent if you let them smell his clothes.
Right.
Now that I don't get.
Right.
And the drones, I don't get. Them drones can pass by your house looking in your window. So how is it you cannot spot him unless he was being held somewhere else?
Yeah, tell them that cadaver dogs are supposed to be very good.
My husband say cadaver dogs are supposed to be very good.
If they can detect the body underneath a rubble from an earthquake and a snow avalanche.
He said if they can detect a body up underneath rubble and a snow avalanche, they can detect that body in that water.
Right. Wow.
Yeah.
Around the where he was at. Not in the water, but around where Jelani was at, those dogs would have discovered him. They wasn't looking because it wasn't there.
And they're using bloodhounds now. They're not just using German shepherds. They're using a lot of blood,
Wow.
So it was a lot of fuckery going on in this one.
From start to finish.
Yep. A bunch of buffoonery.
Yes. And this was well calculated. This was well calculated. But here's the thing. They wasn't expecting Miss Day to put up this fight.
Right.
Nope.
They was not expecting her to do that. Jasmine, you should put up that that other text that Bonzi sent me.
Okay. Which one?
I think I sent you one where it says the media is giving her too much of a platform and she's not cooperating. Put that up. and let the
She didn't
panel.
have no platform. They didn't really do nothing for her. They was
Right.
doing it themselves.
Exactly. If you can put that up, that would be real nice. Let the panel look at that.
Yeah, I got you. I got you, boo. I got you, boo. I got you, boo. We've been on here 2.5 hours, y'all. Since 12
I have
o'clock.
3 hours.
Read
Yeah,
what
well,
Dr. RBH said.
well, let me see. Yeah, it's right there. I put it up there. I say that it wasn't Jelani. I believe the second corner told the truth, and the first corner and the third corner, I don't believe.
Scaratelli was the third corner, right?
I'm gonna look at all that stuff again too, the corner stuff and all that stuff again. I'm gonna do it tonight when I'm done with this. Let me see. Part
It
of
was
this.
politics because Scaratelli act like he didn't want to talk. He says just about the phone. We only want to see what's in the phone.
This case is like there is no evidence of murder. She is.
Yeah, they had to get rid of this
Oh,
young
here it
man.
is. Okay. Let me read it to y'all in case y'all can't see it. Then I'm gonna show it to y'all. There is no evidence of murder. She is making up the murder so she can claim investigation it. The media has given this lunatic a platform, knowing the people she has been difficult with, not slam her in the media because it only makes them to appear to be the bad guy. They're crazy,
Well,
but
who
make
is
no
them?
matter about it. The mother is nuts.
How does he know about all this evidence? And please be mindful, he sent me this stuff long before evidence started coming out. I've been holding on to this stuff for almost a year.
Right.
Sounds like a professional cop or a snitch undercover. Sounds like.
I believe this man is involved. I just believe this man is involved.
But that's what I was trying to explain to William, that this stuff has been before we knew about autopsies,
Yes,
everything. So
yes.
like, how would he know all this if he's not
All of this stuff.
involved?
Right.
But
He
everybody
could
got to.
allegedly be a police officer that's on there posing as the Bonzi, whatever his name
That's
is.
who
They got an
that's who I
IP
think
address
he is.
that could be traced.
Oh yeah. I took a picture of his IP and I sent it to the Senator Sims, I think it is, who enacted the Jelani Day bill. I sent all of this.
Is there a way we can trace it?
If somebody tech savvy, yeah. Anybody who's techie that knows about computers and know how to
Right.
find their way around it.
Anybody on the
I
platform?
believe it should be given to Miss Day's detective because the senator is only working because of Pritzker. Pritzker run the whole Illinois.
Yes.
And Kwame Raoul ain't gonna do a DAM thing because he can't do nothing for what's going on in Illinois.
Okay. So again, and this is what I was trying to get from the gentleman earlier, the young man, the biracial man. I forget his name.
William.
Okay. All I've got is Jakari Harris. I need a P.O. box because I believe seeing is believing. I printed this stuff out myself because there's something just so powerful when you see this on paper. I need a P.O.
Jakari,
box or
contact
something for
information.
Mr. Jakari Harris. He needs to look at this. No stones
Jakari
unturned.
Harris, contact information. I mean, we can Google that right now. Spell Jakari for me, y'all.
Jacari. Jakari.
W. Harris.
W. Harris.
Yep.
Okay, let's go LinkedIn on him. Maybe we can find him on LinkedIn. Usually people start out on LinkedIn.
Yeah, I found him.
Go ahead, Super Sleuth.
He's author, also an activist, or author of book. Oh, cool. Yep, got him.
Girl. Hey, Nancy Drew.
Oh,
Here he go, y'all. He's an author, a motivation speaker, and a life coach.
Really?
Yeah. Wow. Interesting. I know he's on Facebook. Okay, I got his P.O. box. He lives in Texas. I got his email.
okay. Wait a minute? Did you say you have his PO box?
Yes.
Okay, give me the PO box.
I'll text it to you. How about that?
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank
Okay.
you.
You're welcome. Let me just write in my note.
Hey, Nancy Drews. Y'all really getting down
Hey,
to
boo. His me Nancy.
this.
Black virgin.
I want to say to the whole panel, thank you all for receiving me. This is my first time ever doing
Yeah.
anything like
Thank
this.
you for coming up here.
And
Yeah.
I've been listening to you all from the beginning. And I was just beside myself, especially when Stay Dangerous on his show kept saying, that's a boot print. That's a boot print in Jelani's back panel. This Bonzi said, I put my boot on Jelani's neck. So to me, that's a correlation. Where's this boot coming from? Who's wearing this boot? I believe, and this is just speculation, this is just my opinion, and this is allegedly. I believe that Bonzi, I believe he is a young cop. I think he is unhinged. I pissed him off when I said Carmen Day is going to hunt you down. That pissed him off.
Yeah. Sure did.
That pissed him off. And that's when he started talking.
I thought maybe Jelani had a traffic stop and one of the police got out of his body on him and, things went from there. Allegedly. That's how I felt. The first one, I felt like he was followed from the university, Northwestern University, once they found out he was a donor. That Friday, he had left his dad, and then he went to school on the 24th, and then all hell broke loose on the 25th. It was unbelievable.
And
then again, my other thoughts was allegedly that he had police stopped him while black. And you know how they are with black men. No matter if you come into them with the niceness, they're going to still be nasty towards you. Right. And he probably told him, I'm a doctor. And then everything went awry from there.
Okay.
Are you a doctor? I don't give a if you're a doctor, that's how police thought.
Right.
I sent you the link, Mama.
Yes, thank you. I got it. And as soon as we get off of here, I'll be, taking care of that business because everyone, I'm sending it to any and everyone. Y'all going to do something about this Bonzi because he is a viable candidate to be interrogated. He done put himself at this young man's scene of the crime and given details. Y'all better do something with him. Why is he allowed to just keep doing this?
I think you should give it to Miss Day's private investigator because that's where it's going to take off at. I don't think it's going to take off from the police.
That's the guy I just showed y'all.
Yeah.
Oh, that is? Oh, okay.
There is an anti-cop site for Peru, and it is known that there are corrupt cops that hang out with druggies, and that a number of the cops, I'll say a few of them, are drugged out. Okay, so let's say this is a young drugged out cop that's got some druggy friends, so they all got together. He called up some of these corrupt, musicians, because there's druggy musicians, and they went to that farm and they did all that stuff and stuff. Okay, he had some friends out in Peru, and cops and come not to live in their own jurisdiction. They'll live like within an hour of work. So, how far is Peru from Bloomington? That's what I would like to know.
About 45 minutes. About 45 minutes.
That sounds like that would fit, right? Right. So what if you have some friends out there, live outside your jurisdiction? You'll have cop friends in the local jurisdiction. like knows like, and they probably corrupt ones hang with corrupt, and
Absolutely.
that's how that all went down. Let me give a call over here, to
Yeah.
some buddies, and then you got military that are cops, and then you got bikers that are cops. So ex-military cops, bikers, the bike.
I thought that they would help Miss Day because her and her husband both was in the military, and I thought they would, pull out all the stops for her. But I see they didn't do shit.
Well, you know that the military is heavily infiltrated with KKK, Nazi,
Oh
Proud
wow.
Boys. Oh yeah, it's from top to bottom. We have no safe place in America. This is what we as blacks, we must understand that we are not safe in America for any reason. We're not
We're
safe.
hunted. We're hunted. I have a friend high up in the Air Force, super high up in the Air Force I went to college with, and he told me having a problem with Satanists in the military. And then also, and if you look at ex-military that become cops, they might be Satanists. And then also, I talked to someone in my local area, and what they were about was they were having a problem gangs in the military. Gangs, y'all. All the gangs.
Did y'all remember hearing on the news that it was a supremacist guy who was he lived in Winnetka. He was passing out memorabilia on the campus of ISU, Illinois University. He was in Indiana. He was wanted in Skokie for shooting a man in front of his kids. They caught him, and he was one belonging to one of them Proud Boys. They don't call them KKK no more. They're the Proud Boys.
Well, David Duke, the Grand Wizard years ago, he said, we are not wearing the KKK uniform anymore. We are coming to your businesses. We are your politicians. We are your police officers. This is what David Duke said. I remember watching this on Phil Donahue years ago. Now, this is how
Really?
bad it has gotten.
Go ahead. I'm gonna show you. Look what Kim said, y'all. She said, I wouldn't give LA nothing because they know the who, what, and where, and when, and cover up allegedly. That's the investigator guy. The investigator guy.
Oh wow.
Well, there's
Jakari, he could be bought. He could be bought too.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Are y'all talking about Jakari?
That's the guy that I just sent you the link. I also sent you the link to Ben Crump also and his email and stuff.
What happened with him on the case?
There is a link that details. There's a link that details the police corruption in Peru, and it does mention the different musicians that run with the cops and how they have done dumb things through and through. There's a couple towns away where they had murdered a black brother. His family has commented on these same links and sites, how he was attacked. And just look it up. Look up lawsuits in Peru for the police. And you're gonna come up with this. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Okay, let me go just deliver. Okay.
They were putting flyers on people's yards, and I think it was in Peru or in Bloomington.
Well, when Jesse Jackson and Carmen went down there, they put flyers on the people's cars who came down there to protest.
Are you serious?
Yes, ma'am. When the protesters got back, there was KKK and black hate paraphernalia on their vehicles. They had the nerve to stick it up under the wiper blade.
I want to know what's going to happen when the white party comes. The celebration going to happen on the 27th. Are they going to be heavily secured?
I don't know, but I tell you what, if I was Miss Day, I would make sure that I've got cameras going and coming. My house, my garage, my car, my job. because I'm gonna be
Yes.
perfectly honest. This is so wicked and evil. I need y'all.
Mm-hmm.
I need y'all to hear what I'm saying.
Yep.
This is beyond our wildest imaginations. Y'all forgive
Yeah.
me. Lord have mercy, help us. This is beyond evil and wicked. There are no
That it
words.
is. It's not. Because I'm gonna be coming down there, and I'm coming with God and my husband, and I just pray that they stay in their lane and just let this white party, this foundation, go off as it's supposed to be,
Yeah.
and not try to cause no foolery up in there.
Exactly.
Because I don't know if Jesse Jackson and Rainbow Push going to be down there. Black Lives Matter. I don't know.
I
She
hope
needs
so. You know.
she needs bodyguards. As far as I'm
Yeah,
Yes.
that
concerned,
she does.
Yes.
she needs bodyguards because I'm telling y'all, this is going to blow the roof off of everything, like you've never seen before.
And it's supposed to be in the Bone Center, right?
Yeah. Well, he was. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Wow.
Read what Sandra said.
Yep. She says, and yes, his mama did say Jelani had a TB test that morning. I remember that. Yep. Crazy indeed. I believe Dr. J was instructed to go to the dispensary and it all began that day. I also believe
Mm-hmm.
it was a hate
A hate
crime.
crime.
Yes,
I can believe that.
I'm
I
telling
have
you,
something to read. Go ahead.
um, I think Jelani was a three in what I would call a 3-in-1 prophet. They murdered him for hate just because. Um, let's just be frank. Um, he would be labeled what you would call an uppity nigger, right?
Right.
So they got him for that. They got him for sport, fun,
Mm-hmm.
just like this Bonzi said, it was fun. Now I'm gonna tell you why it was fun because Miss Day have said Jelani would fight, so they enjoyed him putting up a fight, and they overpowered this young man. So they killed him for hate, sport, and profit. So they got a
That's why.
3-in-1 for
Mm-hmm.
Jelani. Oh yes, ma'am. They got a 3-in-1 for Jelani.
That's why I think his teeth was knocked out, the front and the bottom teeth.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean, Bonzi said, I hit him in his face. I punched him in his face.
I have something to read really quick. I have something. It's on the Corruption Watch USA. Peru, Illinois police corruption stories. Okay. Look at that. Okay, it says I'm gonna just skim over it, you guys. It says there's a back page suit that was contacted for sex by an on-duty LaSalle police officer, James. Let me go down. Okay, kidnapping of children, placing them in rape cults. These people are sick in the head. These officers with clear behavioral disorders stemming from their sexual disorders. They can barely sit in their chairs. They are sickos. Sexual disorder their lives and destroys many of the lives of citizens on LaSalle County, Illinois. They need to be evaluated. Let me go down further, you guys. This is what I want to talk about. Dennis Hawkins' ring shows a ringtone of a Peru, Illinois local musician, Zachary Savage, who is a psychotic pedophile who was raped growing up, as many of the children in Peru are because of the Peru police.
Oh my God.
Now he terrorizes people and expresses how he is used by the police to kill people. Did everybody hear this?
Oh
Now
my God.
Zachary Savage, who is a psychotic pedophile raped while he was a child, is now the one who terrorizes and used by the police to kill people. Did we all hear that? Did we all?
Mm-hmm.
He is allowed to do whatever he wants in Illinois, include illegally spy on, rape children, and the like. The Perus, including Dennis Hawking, worship him, and that is pathetic because Zach Savage is in need of some of the most mental help of anyone on planet Earth. He is very unstable and will never get the help he needs because the law doesn't apply to him, to the point that he is used and abused like a bee by the police, the Perus in Peru, Illinois. His life will never be normal. And the Peru police glorify and worship him. He's a musician, you guys. What a terrible situation. If anyone has evidence or testimony of any LaSalle County police officers, especially this one, Aaron Kirkiagrosa, seizure or mental disorder, and that use of drugs, y'all. Let's see. This officer sits outside this person's house and stalks them, follows this lady around. I believe this is the lawyer that took some of them to court, right? And so they want to talk about the ex-police chief who just got replaced by the black police chief. This is a lady lawyer, okay, that harassing. Doug Bernabe drives in a dangerous way when he tried to hit me with his car. I was him in traffic approaching the stoplight. Let's see. He was behind her police vehicle. Let me go down further. He and his officers worked my child kidnapped and placed in an environment where they could rape her.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Okay, case of my child who was being abused by her father. He would email me back and forth insinuating sexual misconduct, about sexual pleasure for them, about the acting very unprofessional. That's why I think they had to get rid of him, because there's all this out here online. Okay, and that's some of the webs. Okay, Corruption Watch USA through Illinois police corruption. One site.
Hey, Cece, what's that Earthlink thing you was talking about the other day? Can you look at an aerial view of Peru with Earthlink?
All I did was look up the police department, and then I went on Google Earth. You can just go on, just go do a search, like a search. Just put in like Peru City Hall. Click on maps, right? And then click on, like, you know how when you go into Google, right, and you put in the search engine, say Peru City Hall, and there's going to be those tabs across, right, and it's going to say all info or something like that. Then it's going to have maps, then it's going to have shopping, then it's going to have all that. Click on maps, and then what it's going to do is bring up your maps app, and then you're just going to like directions from, like, say the city hall to the hospital or the YMCA, city hall YMCA. Then it's going to bring you onto a map, and it's going to give you the pinpoint for the different looks. And then what you're going to do is you're just going to scroll out and scroll in, right? You're going to with your finger, right, with your fingers, and you're going to be able to bring it at any location. Just go all over that map. You're going to be able to just make it smaller, make it bigger, and you're going to be able to look for everything and anything you want to find in Peru.
You know why I asked you that? Because when we bought our first house, it was a young lady at my job. I was showing her an aerial view, and when I pulled it up, you could see my husband in the yard.
Yeah, you can.
So I want to know if we can go back to that day when Jelani was wherever he was going, if you can put a date in there and it would allow you to see that too.
I have a friend online that found the murder spot where this lady was murdered, with the blood and everything. Find his body on the map. I think we could, if we really look, if you really scan.
Because it gave a good view of my home, and you could see my husband in the yard.
That's scary.
Ain't it?
Yeah, it is.
You can see cars. You can see if, like, I looked at my parents' house and I could see my aunt's car in the driveway for the
Hmm.
particular day.
See, the people don't know what technology they put out for us, what we can see and what we can't see.
We might even be able to find the person that killed him at the time. Might be on that map. Might be in that the what do you call that? It's like I don't know what you call that. Well, sister, what is that when you can see people and cars and stuff for the particular day?
Wonder if we can go back that far. Because
I'm
it's
about to
been,
look.
it'll be a year on the 24th.
Yeah.
Oh, you can do it. Yeah, you can do it.
Yeah, I'm about to end this.
Okay, people. Thank you, guys.
Ooh.
I enjoyed everybody. My
Thank
husband
you,
enjoyed
guys.
coming on.
Thank you for joining Brooklyn Squad. Thank you for being part of the family.
Thank
Hmm.
This was deep, y'all.
It was.
you.
Wow. Wait, Kim is saying LE is law enforcement?
Yes.
Right.
Wow.
Y'all, thank y'all so much. This panel was deep. A lot of different opinions. I mean, we're
Yep.
all putting a
Our
story
heads
out
together.
there. Yeah,
Hmm.
putting our heads together and working as a team. That's amazing. I know some people felt that it was a little not some people. One person was saying drama, but no, Sandra, it was no drama, mama. There's never drama in Brooklyn Squad. We all work as a team. The voices might be a little loud earlier, because there's a lot of emotion in this,
Yeah, it is very
It's a lot of
much
emotion.
so.
And we're
So
very passionate, sincere.
I like to say thank y'all again for having me. This was very emotional, very painful,
It
very
is.
painful. Simply because I grew up with Miss Day. I'm not looking for any notoriety, but I know if something happened in my family, I know Miss Day would go to bat. So that's why I feel like I have to speak up. I have to say something, even if
Yep.
other people feel like what I have to say is minuscule. If they think Bonzi is just some sort of armchair warrior, you a suspect to me.
Right. I agree.
Hmm.
I agree.
So
Yep.
thank y'all very much, and I'm gonna get off here.
Thank
And
you.
everyone, stay blessed and stay safe. And justice for Jelani
You as
Day.
well. Justice
Yes,
for
you
Jelani Day.
too.
What is
Oh,
her login name? What is her
Asia
login?
Asia Macmillan is new. Welcome. And she says, first time I'm coming across all of you, and I am so glad people are still talking about Jelani.
What is
Always
her
on
name?
here.
What is her
Thanks,
name? The
Asia.
lady that was speaking.
Hey,
The lady. This is
Welcome to
speaking that new Mrs. Day. What is your logon name?
what is my name?
Logon name. The name
Yeah,
you're using in here.
tired of the bullshit.
That's good. That's
Okay.
catchy.
It's nice to meet you. Thank you for being here. It's a wonderful thing what you're doing, ma'am. It's a wonderful thing.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I felt like
Mhm.
I was being jumped on there for a minute,
No,
but
you wasn't.
No, you good. You
well,
good.
thank y'all so very much. I admire you ladies so much, so very much. And I think it's going to take us, the lay community. I just think it's going to take us to do this
Yeah,
because
that's true.
clearly,
We
clearly
got
the authorities, clearly Peru, Bloomington, Normal, LaSalle County, they have deliberately dropped this ball.
No, they
And
sabotaged it.
Mhm.
For real, they did.
yes, they
From
did.
start to finish.
They should lose
Also,
their
before we
jobs if
leave, I
they
just want to
desecrated
say,
evidence.
I'm sorry, what
oh,
did you say?
Asia says, I'm from
Anyone
Canada.
responsible for that car
I'm
out
from,
there, they should lose their jobs. Sorry, Jazz.
nope, you're good, sis. You're good. That's my fault. I keep interrupting. I'm sorry. Asia says she's from Canada and this case haunts her every day.
Wow.
Us too, sis. We know. We
Mm.
know. Before we go, I just want to say, Cheryl Nation, this is her book. I changed my mind. I started reading it the other day. You can catch it on Amazon for 13 something. And if
Yeah,
you
I
just
gotta
want the
get me a
auto,
copy.
and if you just want the auto, it's $9.99.
I'm
All
definitely
right.
I
definitely
started reading it, so gotta show love to one of
Yeah.
our peoples, you know. Shout out to Shell Nation, shout out to all you. Thank you all for coming on a panel. This was amazing.
Yes, it was.
That
Wow,
it was. That it was.
amazing, amazing.
See you all, beautiful women. Enjoy the rest of your day. Jazz, go cook for your hubby and stop playing.
For myself too. I haven't ate all day, y'all, all day.
Oh my.
I'm about to make some fish.
Oh, okay.
I'm
You know
about
me
ready
and
to
my
make me
fish.
some meatloaf. I'm
Well,
making
ladies.
meatloaf. Oh, bye.
All right. Talk to y'all later. Bye bye.
All right. Does anybody else, how's everybody feeling after all this? The ones who didn't get to come up on a panel, try to come up next time. You don't have to show your face, but I want everyone to be a part of a panel as well. So I want to know how everyone's feeling in the comments. Is everyone all right? This is very touchy. I said every time I come on here, and before we go, I just want to make sure everybody's mental state is okay. So let me get some thumbs up or something. I won't go, y'all. Well, if I say I won't go, then y'all really not gonna throw thumbs up. Y'all gonna try to stick me on here. Great broadcast today. Listen while running errands. Hey, Kathy B. Is everybody good though? Can I get some prayers, hands, or thumbs up, or even something? Justice for Jelani, something, y'all. Just to let me know that you guys' mental state is good and I can end this so I can go eat. If I feel that it's not good, I'm not going to end this. I'm sorry. Y'all know me already. I'm just not. I will sit on here to make sure everyone's good. There we go. Thank you. Okay. All right. Then you guys are good. All right. Hey, Deborah. All right. Cece, I love you, sis. And thank you so much. We got to get together.
Love you more. Love you more.
You got to
Yeah,
get
I
this
know. I was
echo
like,
thing
I need
fixed.
to.
You listen, wait. You
I know.
got
I
to get
need
this
to.
echo thing
Oh,
fixed before your interview, okay?
okay. All right. I know how to fix. I think I know what I'm doing. I
You
think.
do. Miss
Yeah.
V will help
So
you.
I'm
You
gonna
know
call.
that.
I'm gonna write. Yeah. I'm gonna write your number today. So blessings, everybody.
Blessings, sis.
Great show, Miss Jazz. Take
Thank
care.
you.
Yeah.
We all
Bye.
did this together, not just me. We all did it. We all did this together, ladies and gentlemen, my queens and my kings. Okay? We got to start talking about William Young. I haven't done a case on that. And I haven't seen the case that's going on, which I was saying about earlier. The Till, what's that? I'm gonna see the movie of it though. What is it? The Emmett Till. Me and Dave is gonna see that movie tomorrow. I'm gonna order it, or I think it's free on Amazon or whatever. So I haven't seen it, so I'm gonna see it, and then I'm gonna do a story on it. But I can't do a story on something I don't know nothing about. Okay, let's go out with something that Ms. V made for me. How about that? Okay, let's go. Hey, Brooklyn Squad, what it do, y'all? Peace, y'all. Good night, Brooklyn Squad, Queens and Kings. All right. Justice for Jelani Day. We love you, Jelani.